What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we're going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos, and combine them together into one big video. Now, the smaller videos basically tell one overarching storyline. Now, today's full story video is going to be about Post Ultimatum. Yes, you heard that right, Post Ultimatum. And what I mean by that is, in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, Ultimatum was supposed to be this big, huge event for Ultimate Marvel. And it was, but in a bad way. But technically, it was used as a way to do a huge shakeup in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, which it did. Of course, a lot of people did die in that actual event. But the question was, after the event was, what's next for our characters in the Ultimate Marvel Universe? And that is where you had the post-Ultimatum storylines that all led up to Ultimate Fallout. Now, when it comes to post-Ultimatum, there were a lot of changes in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, but it also gave the birth to a bunch of new characters as well. And so post-Ultimatum did have a few good storylines to kind of revive the actual Ultimate Marvel Universe line. And of course, you did have some stories that were just there for no good reason. But hear every single story about the Ultimate Marvel Universe post-Ultimatum. I do hope you enjoy. So getting into Armor Wars, this picks up a couple days after Ultimatum, where you see Iron Man walking through the ruins of New York. This is not Iron Man coming here trying to see if maybe there are people out there who need help and stuff. It is more of him trying to get to Stark Tower to retrieve something from there that he wants to have. Because we learn that apparently Stark Enterprise is failing. His accounts are being frozen and stock is being bought up left and right, stating that this could be the end for Stark Enterprise. And he does arrive at Stark Tower, where he goes in and sees all the dead bodies of his employees. The building is completely wrecked for the most part, except we learn something else. That apparently Stark built a sub-level because this man is holding an arc reactor down there. Plus, he also has a bunch of different experiments down there as well. Except when he gets down there, he is greeted by Justine Hammer, the daughter of Justin Hammer, the man who is usually the competitor to Tony in the main Marvel universe. But in this universe, he was the main competitor to Norman Osborn. Also, he had his hand in creating a lot of different Spider-Man villains in this universe, like Dr. Octopus, Sandman, and Electro. But we also learned that he also did an experiment on his own daughter as well, giving her powers and stuff. And so the reason why she is here is because she is looking for some nanotechnology to help her, because the experiment her father did on her is actually killing her. And so Tony Stark's nanotechnology can help her survive. And Tony doesn't care if she takes it, because he is looking for something else that is more important. Except that is when he gets word that someone else is here in the sub level and they are going after the one thing Tony came here for. This is where we get our introduction to Ultimate Ghost. Now, in the main Marvel universe, Ghost was a guy who made a suit that made him invisible and intangible. But in the Ultimate Marvel universe, we see that somehow he got his hands on Tony Stark's tech and he made his own armor, except no one should be able to get their hands on his tech. And so of course, you have Tony and the Ghost begin to do battle. Where the Ghost is able to get an edge on Tony. At first, it seemed like Tony might have a chance in winning this battle, but that only lasted like maybe a couple seconds. Then you have Ghost swinging him around like no other. But then Justine comes in and uses her powers, which is being able to produce energy blasts. That does help Tony out from not being killed by Ghost. Except remember that her powers are killing her. and that is why she was here to steal Tony Stark's nanotechnology for. Now Tony lets Ghost take the item that Tony was trying to retrieve down here in the first place to help Justine out because she is dying on the floor now. And so you have Tony basically leave the battlefield and run over to his ship and command his staff to hurry up and help her before she dies, which is fixing the internal bleeding and giving her the tech she needs to survive. This jumps forward a couple hours later, where we see she is okay now. She is cured from the problem her powers were causing her, and she moves on to tell Tony that how his system was hacked a few months ago, and now this evil organization called the Underground is selling his tech to people. And so now he has two missions, which one of them is to go after Ghost, and the other one is to figure out who stole his data to make Iron Man armor and stop them. And she knows where to find the people who stole the data, and so she agrees to help Tony to stop the people from using his tech. Now, the first few pages of the second chapter of this book is really Tony Stark showing Justine around his private jet, and it leads into them doing the dirty. Like, Warren Ellis gave us a couple pages where we see Tony trying to seduce Justine, which of course she is down, but it was so random to see them stop their mission to go have some fun. Except this leads into Tony Stark and Justine discussing where to go first, and Justine tells Tony that he needs to go after Joanne Finoff, because we learned that Joanne Finoff was the one who stole the data that explains how to make Iron Man armors, and so they have to go to Prague. And remember that Justine said it was a group of people called the Underground that was selling Tony Stark's tech to people, and Joanne Finoff is part of the Underground. But we also see Tony Stark introduce a new armor of his where he can hide underneath his clothes just in case he gets in trouble. And when they get there, of course, they are introduced to a henchman of Joanne, but this henchman has pieces of Iron Man armor infused into his body. And this is Joanne trying to show Tony that he is taking the Iron Man armor to the next level, basically. But you do have Tony Stark and Justine being confronted by Joanne. In just a matter of seconds of introducing himself to Tony and Justine, he begins the process of trying to hold Tony and Justine as hostages. Except Tony brought in his new special armor, where he is able to take down both of Joanne Finoff henchmen in a matter of seconds, because he is trying to see who Joanne Finoff sold the Iron Man data to. But this is where the book gets weird. We learn that Joanne Finoff's body is completely robotic, because inside of him is the first version of Ultimate MODOK. This MODOK is Joanne Finoff, because something happened to him when he was around Reed Richards' dimensional teleporter that changed him into this MODOK. And this robotic body of his is what he used to look like, but he tells Tony who he sold the data to. And Joanne tells Tony that it was a man named Bram Velsing. I really do hope I pronounce his name correctly. And so you have Tony Stark and Justine get back into the jet and fly off to visit this Bram person, where of course when they get nearby, Tony does change into his other Iron Man armor and fires a bunch of missiles to tell Bram that he is here to retrieve his Iron Man data that this man has. Except when Tony gets inside the building, he sees that Bram has made his own Iron Man armor to fight Tony with. And so we're about to get a battle between two Iron Men. And this is showing that there could be other people out there already making complete Iron Man armors. Now this fight does not last that long like I was hoping it would, because it would be kind of nice to see Iron Man and Bram Velsing fight for just a little bit more. But we don't. Instead, we see Bram beat down on Tony to the point that Justine had to fly in on her jetpack to help Tony out by once again using her powers to blast Bram away from Tony, so he can use his armor to shut down Bram's armor. And this leads into Tony interrogating Bram for information on who else has the Iron Man data. And Bram tells Tony that he sold the data to Great Britain. And so now the whole government has Iron Man's armor, and this could be bad. Now, while Tony Stark and Justine are on their way over to pay a visit with Great Britain and chilling on Tony's private jet having a nice drink, that is when one of Tony's assistants runs in to tell Tony that he needs to turn on the TV to see what is happening in Great Britain, that there is a protest happening at the moment. But then the government had just announced they are going to send in a military force to make sure the protest does not turn into a full-on riot. Now, only Tony gets to see what's on the TV screen. We do not just yet. But we know whatever he saw on TV, it made Tony grab Justine to think of a game plan to help them stop Britain using their new military force. And we see him send her away to do something else that could help him. This is where we learn that Great Britain bought the data from Brown, and they used the data to build a complete army of Iron Man armors. And this is what Tony was afraid of. A country using his data to build a complete army of Iron Men. And when he gets down there, of course, he sees the new military force is an army of Iron Men. And so now Tony has to stop this. This leads to Tony fighting against Britain's new military force in the middle of the city, hoping that with his experience with using the armor, that maybe he can take on this army. At first, he's doing a great job. He literally takes out a few of them in the beginning of the battle. He even kills more of them in the sky. The problem is though that he's a one-man army trying to take on an army full of Iron Men. And so after a while of fighting them, he begins to lose the battle. Now for Tony, he still thinks he can win this battle because remember that he sent Justine away to do something else that could help him. And so he's kind of banking on that until he runs into the Ghost again, the main bad guy of this story, the one who stole the mysterious object that Tony wanted in the beginning of our story. And this tells Tony that Ghost has a hand into how Britain was able to get the data from Bram and also build their own armor. But Ghost blasts Tony once again and sends him flying into the middle of the river. And this does seem like this is going to be the end for Tony Stark as he slowly drowns in the river. But this is not Ultimatum, so they would not kill him off just yet. Instead, we see at the very last second, he is saved by one of Britain's Iron Men and they tell him they have new orders. We learn that Great Britain out of nowhere decided to shut down their new military program because Justine told them that they have bought stolen tech from a man who is an arms dealer. And so it looks bad on them using tech that was stolen and given to by a man who is literally trying to kill the whole world. But Tony also tells us that he was able to spray some kind of tracing fluid on Ghost to find him later. Now we jump back to the private jet of Tony Stark, where we see him and Justine chilling again. But this time we come to find out that Tony is in love. Something about mysterious women gets Tony every time, like how Black Widow was. And we know how that worked out for him last time. But we see that they are now becoming a couple officially, and he is hoping it stays this way. Except some time has passed by, and we see that Tony and Justine are awoken by an attack on Tony's jet by a bunch of what seems to be a new version of Iron Man. And so Tony goes and gets into his Iron Man armor and tries to take these guys down. Except the problem is that his armor was not fully repaired yet from his battle with Britain's military force of Iron Men. And so he is kind of at a disadvantage here. But also the fact that when he tries to go for the head of these new Iron Men thinking there are actual people inside, he comes to find out the armors are empty, meaning that someone made Iron Man armor that can function on their own. But Tony Stark is knocked out and captured by them. This leads to Tony waking up tied to a chair and seeing Justine there next to him, but she's also tied down as well. And so this is where we learn who was behind all of this. We learned that Tony Stark has another family member we never heard about, and this begins a trend Marvel does in this universe, popping out random family members for people. But we get introduced to Howard Stark Sr., the grandfather to Tony Stark. We learn, like Mary Storm did to her family, he faked his death because he was working on a project called project tomorrow, where his goal was to find a way to make a machine and human hybrid. He did the experiment on himself, and of course it worked, as we see here. Also, the fact that the robot we saw earlier who attacked Tony on the jet, well, they actually have brains, just not in the head. It's in the middle of their body. We learned that he was the one who hired Ghost to steal stuff from Tony's lab because Howard Stark Sr. armor is kind of outdated. And so he decided to steal from his grandson Tony. But he was also the one who sent the data out to people all over the world as well. But he did all of this to get an upgrade. Now, to make things worse for Tony, this is where he tells Tony Stark that Justine is actually a traitor, which honestly is not surprising. So now that gives Tony two girlfriends who betrayed him. Howard Stark Sr. sent Ghost and Justine to go into Tony's lab to steal more stuff for his upgrade, but they found the box that Tony was looking for in the beginning of our video. Ghost and Justine and Howard Stark Sr. realized that the box security has the highest level of security they ever seen before. Nothing else Tony Stark has this much security. And so to Howard Stark Sr., he believes that this case is holding something special and asking Tony to open the case. Tony tries to tell Howard Stark Sr. it is something that cannot truly help him, except Howard Stark still believes it can. And so Tony says the phrase to open it up, and we see it is ahead of another Tony Stark from another universe. Reed and Tony had to jump into another universe a while back, and they had found Earth 242, where the world was on fire. The only thing they had found was the head of that world's Tony Stark. And we learn that this other Tony has special kind of tech on him that is still active, even though only the head is left, where it is able to completely destroy all tech in the room with it. And so Ghost dies because he was a machine-human hybrid, and that goes for Howard Stark as well. They need machinery to live. Justine dies too because the nanotech Tony gave her helped her stay alive because her powers were killing her. All the robots in the room also died as well. And so just like that, Tony stopped his grandfather with the head of another Tony Stark from another universe, and that is how the story ends. Now, picking up with Ultimate X's first chapter, we are introduced to a new character we have not seen before, a young teenage boy who's about to get into a street race in the middle of the night. And you have someone kind of narrating in the background about how there was a man that other men hated, but the women loved him and couldn't keep their hands off of him. Then the person who is narrating proceeds to tell us that he and the man who was hated on fought in the Iraq War together, but tell us a couple years later, the man who was hated on reappeared on the man who is narrating's front door with the baby. And while this man who is narrating is telling us about the man who was hated on life story, we see the teenage boy begin his street race, but at the end of the street race, he crashes his car. And the way his car crashed, this teenager should be dead. Except when the rest of the people who were at the street race come to check up on this teenager, well, they see him walking out of the car, bloody and most body parts broken. And that is when we see this young man heal up from his wounds, telling us that this teenager has a healing factor. His name is Jimmy Hudson, the son of Wolverine. Wolverine was the man who was hated on, who reappeared years later after the Iraq War with his son, Jimmy. This is where the police arrive and everyone leaves, mainly because of the police, but also because Jimmy Hudson is a mutant. People hate mutants, but we learned that the sheriff of this police force is James Hudson. Now, in the main Marvel universe, James Hudson is the Vindicator, but in this universe, he was not. It was John Rath, but the question always popped up, where was he? Because in the main Marvel universe, he has close ties with Wolverine. And we learn he was off taking care of the son of Wolverine. We also learn that he is married to Heather like he is in the main Marvel universe, but he takes Jimmy home and tells his wife Heather that Jimmy knows about his powers now. Now, the story does jump forward to the next day, and we pick up with Kitty Pryde meeting up with Jimmy Hudson. And this is picking up after Ultimatum, but her being here is coming out of Ultimatum number 4, where Wolverine handed her a box because he knew that he was not coming back after fighting against Magneto. He gave her a mission to give this box to his son Jimmy, because he has the right to know that he is the son of Wolverine. At first, he is wondering what all of these different things in the box are supposed to mean, but then you have Kitty Pryde play him a message from Wolverine that tells Jimmy that he is the son of Wolverine. Now, Wolverine does not tell Jimmy who his mother is, but tells him that he has the right to know that he is the son of Wolverine, and basically that is it. This leads to Jimmy asking Kitty Pryde how long did she know about this, and she tells him that she only found out before Wolverine died in Ultimatum number 5. Then she asks if he has powers like his father, which we know that he has a healing factor, but then we see him pop out claws like Wolverine. Except here's the big thing about Jimmy though, because at first he has bone claws, because remember, Wolverine claws were bone claws, but then were covered by adamantium metal. But we then see that Jimmy claws out of nowhere get covered in the same kind of metal, like some kind of secondary mutant ability. It's so weird. Now to close this chapter, a couple of things happen. When we see James and Heather Hudson appear, and James takes Jimmy outside to talk for a little bit, where you do have Kitty Pryde get yelled at by Heather for telling Jimmy the truth, but she knows that Jimmy has the right to know. But then you have James talking to Jimmy about how there's a new law that came out of Ultimatum, that being a mutant is illegal, and he is supposed to turn any mutants in or kill them on sight. Except he tells Jimmy to leave, but be safe. Now, the second chapter picks up with a young woman, and her name is Karen Grant. And at first, you would think that she's a new character, except after a while, you realize who she is when she starts to use her own powers. That this is Jean Grey, and she was one of the few X-Men who did not die in Ultimatum. And since now being a mutant is illegal, she has to go by a new name. And since she was a well-known public figure, and she is trying to stay alive in Baltimore, but also the fact that she is still haunted by the deaths of Cyclops and anyone else who died in Ultimatum. But we see her go to the mall where she works to at least make some kind of money. We also meet a guy named Dave, not an important character really, just a guy who kind of fell in love with Jean Grey, even though she has never shown any interest. Well, maybe a little. Honestly, I feel bad about what happens to Dave in this book, to be honest. But when Jean Grey gets inside the mall to go to work, that is when she is greeted by her co-workers for a celebration for being the employee of the month. Except she gets upset when she sees a photo of her. And the reason why is because Dave took that photo and had put it on Facebook. And she is trying to keep a low profile because someone could figure it out it is her and be killed, since it is illegal to be a mutant now. And so she leaves and goes somewhere else in the mall. That is when she is greeted by who she thinks is Rogue, where Jean Grey is excited because she thinks it is her long-term friend Rogue, that she has not seen in a long time. Except she comes to find out it is not Rogue, but instead it is Mystique pretending to be Rogue. Remember, Mystique escaped at the very last second in Ultimatum, but now she is here to talk to Jean Grey in private, and if Jean does not agree, she will let Sabretooth kill innocent people. This is why I said I feel bad for Dave earlier in the video, because you have Dave see Mystique and Sabretooth escorting Jean Grey outside, and he knows something is up, and so he goes outside to see what is up, and actually tries to stand up to Sabretooth, which is the worst thing you can do. And so you have him walk up on Sabretooth, and well, Sabretooth actually cuts this man across the body, and of course, kills Dave off. But this leads to Jean Grey getting upset and beating down on Sabretooth, and well, the bad guy leaves for the day to regroup. But to wrap up this chapter, you have Karen Grant, or Jean Grey, whatever name feels right to you, go home, where she is greeted by her landlord telling her she had a visitor and she had no idea who it was. Except later on that night, we see her go into the kitchen to get ready to go to bed, except she senses someone coming, and comes to find out it is Jimmy Hudson, the son of Wolverine. And chapter 2 ends there. And so the story does switch over to Chicago, where we pick up with a young lady running away from a random thug. And as she is running away from this thug and calling out for help, we see someone is watching over her. And right when she's about to get grabbed from this thug, that is when we see the thug gets taken away in the sky. The police arrive and find the lady and ask her where is the thug, and that is when one of the cops look up in the sky and see a man with wings. No, this is not Angel, but it is someone who is kind of taking the place of Angel. And this new Angel person name is Derek Morgan, and he will get a cool code name later on. But we see him take this thug to a nearby rooftop to kind of talk to the thug to figure out why he was trying to hurt that random lady. But then one of the two cops from earlier appear on the roof to shoot Derek Morgan because she thinks of him as a mutant, and that is illegal. Except you have Derek use his wing to knock her out. Except when he does knock her out, the gun goes off and her partner thinks she is hurt. And so he runs up there to only see his partner on the ground and the thug all tied up, but Derek is gone. But the story does shift over to the male officer home, where he greets his pregnant wife. But we learn this officer is the brother of Derek, and his name is Joseph. But we also learn that after their parents died, Derek had to move in with his brother, except his brother has no idea that he is a mutant. And so anytime he goes out at night to be this guardian of the night, before he is able to come back home, he has to absorb his wings and fangs back into his body so he can keep his secret from his brother. But him doing this takes a lot of energy out of him. And this leads to us finding out that Derek and Joseph are not on good terms at the moment, because Joseph wants Derek to do something with his life, since Derek does bring home random money. And Joseph thinks that his brother is up in some kind of illegal business. And so right now we see that these two are having some brotherly issues, but this is the life of Derek Morgan. This leads us over to Jean Grey and Jimmy on a train that is heading towards Chicago. And this is us learning that they are going to work together on some kind of mission, because Jean Grey realized that the way the world is now, mutants are going to be hunted no matter what. And so right now they're heading towards Chicago to recruit Derek Morgan to the team. Now we jump back over to Derek Morgan and we pick up with him talking to his sister-in-law about what he is doing at night, which is being a superhero for the city of Chicago. But she thinks something is going on because his clothes are all torn up, and she kind of hints that Derek needs to tell his brother that something is up and he needs to tell him now. This leads to Derek actually going to see his brother, where we see that his brother is out there right now with a group of police officers actually looking for him. The police are tired of Derek going around at night as this vigilante, and so their goal is to stop Derek tonight. Except we see that Derek's plan is to grab his brother and take him to the sky to show him that he is the vigilante, but also to show that he is a mutant. And this is where things go wrong for Derek. He was hoping that his brother would be down to help him, except his brother Joseph follows the law. And since it is illegal to be a mutant, you have Derek's brother actually shoot him and they both fall out of the sky. This is where we see that Jean Grey and Jimmy are there in Chicago, where they see both the brothers fall into the river, and Jimmy jumps into the river to go save Derek, and of course he does. But for Derek's brother Joseph, you have Jean Grey use her powers to read his mind to see if he is going to be a threat down the road if Derek does join this new X-Men team. This is where we see Jean Grey explain to Derek that basically she has the powers to wipe Joseph's mind, where she tells Derek that Joseph's plan was to hand Derek over to S.H.I.E.L.D. His own brother, Derek, knows that Joseph will not stop until his brother is arrested, and so Derek asks Jean Grey to wipe his mind and he joined this new X-Men team. Now, chapter 4 of this story tells us what happened to Liz Allen. And remember, in this universe, she is Firestar, means that she is a mutant, but also the fact that she is the daughter of the mutant known as the Blob. But we learn in these first few pages of this chapter that Blob had 2 kids, the first being Liz Allen and the second one being Teddy Allen. As you can see, Teddy Allen is just like his father, where his powers are based around the Blob power set, high level of durability, and also making him unmovable. This is where the story starts to dive into more about Teddy, where we learn that Teddy used to be a great student in school. He was one of the best, except everything changed when he met his friend Evan McBride. Lately, Evan has been getting Teddy into a lot of trouble, but also these two are just like the 2 kids that everyone picks on nonstop, and they try to do things to get popular sometimes. And right now they are trying to see how much Teddy can eat in a single meal, but leads into a burger being thrown at Liz Allen because she told her brother how nasty he's being, except it misses her and lands on the principal, and Evan and Teddy are sent to the office. Now, getting back to learning more about Teddy, we learned that the Blob apparently had a lot of money, and when he died, he left the money to Liz and her mother so they can have a good life. Except it came with one clause, which is they have to adopt Blob's second child, Teddy, who at the time was living as an orphan. And so they took him in, but they don't treat him like he is family, and he feels like they just took him in so they could get the money, which is true. Plus, it does not help that his friend Evan is always in his ear, whispering things about how everyone hates him and stuff. Now, picking up with the new X-Men team, we see them hiding in motels now, but we learn that they are waiting for something, and that is really it. And to Jean Grey, they are not trying to build a new X-Men team here. It is going to be something else. The big question is, what is it going to be? Now, jumping into the next day, we pick back up at the school where we see that it is supposed to be another day at the school. But like every other day, Teddy and Evan get picked on by one of the jocks of the school, except it leads into Evan showing he has a gun on him. And with the gun being pulled out, everyone is freaking out and trying to tell Evan to put the gun down, which of course leads into the principal walking in and asking Evan to put the gun down, except he ends up getting shot. And so there goes the principal. This of course ends up all over the news, where you have Liz Allen's mom seeing the news and you have the newly formed X-Men team seeing it as well. And so it leads to them leaving their motel to go find Liz Allen. Now this is where Teddy tries to stop Evan from shooting anyone else and put the gun down, where of course you have Evan trying to tell Teddy how they should use the gun on more people who made fun of them. Except Teddy says no. Evan gets upset and shoots Teddy right in the chest. And this is where Teddy and Liz discover Teddy's powers, which is just like the Blob. The bullet just bounces off of him and shows that he has powers. And this leads to Evan freaking out because now he knows that his best friend is a mutant and the whole world hates mutants. And so you know this is kind of like your typical mutant story, except you have Liz Allen show that she is also a mutant, which again, she is Firestar, but she shows that she has powers, and then Evan thinks that he can use the gun to stop Firestar and Teddy, which of course she uses her powers to stop the gun. Now with her flames kind of being all over the place, the school blows up, and this leads to everyone thinking that everyone is dead. But of course we see that Liz Allen and Teddy Allen are okay, and they are greeted by Jean Grey, Derek Morgan, and Jimmy, where of course they are telling Liz and Teddy to join them to get away, but Liz Allen knows the X-Men. She was there when Ultimatum was happening at the Xavier school, and so she's like, why should I join you guys again? And Jean said she would use her powers to force her to join. Except that is when we see Quicksilver, and remember, we learned a while back that he did not die in Ultimate 3, that he was also the mastermind behind Ultimatum, which is the story we just covered. Now Liz Allen does join the new X-Men team because S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived and they're going to do some horrible things to the X-Men. But this chapter ends with Teddy joining Quicksilver since he was part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the beginning of the last chapter is where we see Jimmy is trying to buy some beer, but he is not allowed to, and so he does get kicked out of the store. But when he is leaving the store, he is greeted by a man who he thought was going to help him with getting the beer, only to find out that it is Sabretooth who is here to kill Jimmy. Because remember that Sabretooth used to hate Wolverine with a passion, and so right now he is here to get rid of Jimmy for just being the son of Wolverine. And this leads to Jimmy almost being killed by Sabretooth, but he is saved at the very last second by Quicksilver. Now the new X-Men team do find Jimmy, and they begin the process of patching him up, and we learn that his healing factor is not as strong as his father Wolverine, and so right now it looks really bad for him. Now Derek wants to go after Sabretooth on his own, and Liz Allen wants to leave the team again, except you have Jean Grey tell them that she needs to get something better than them. This is where we learn that Jean Grey's plan is to recruit the Hulk. She found Bruce Banner, who is again in hiding, where he tells Jean that he is happy the world is focusing on mutants right now and not him, because he can finally live a somewhat normal life. But Jean Grey makes an offer for him, and the offer is she can help show the world that the Hulk is not a bad person. She can control the Hulk and make sure the Hulk does not go out of control. This leads to us seeing Sabretooth at the bar, randomly chilling there, and kind of bummed out that he could not finish off Jimmy, except that is when someone comes and says that he is in their chair. And Sabretooth thinks it is someone that he can take on, but to come to find out it is the Hulk, and the Hulk throws Sabretooth across the bar and out the window, letting us know that the Hulk has joined this new X-Men team, and he begins the process of beating down on Sabretooth. Except he is saved by no other than Quicksilver once again, and so we know that Quicksilver is always watching his team no matter what, but you have Jean Grey use her powers to stop Quicksilver from running away. Of course, it is revealed that all the members of both teams are here. Now you would think that we would get a full-on battle between the two sides right here and right now. We don't. Instead, we have Quicksilver explain to us that he's trying to build an army to protect what few mutants are left in the world. That right now the world is hunting mutants more than ever now, and they need to work together. Except Jean Grey says no and lets Quicksilver and his team leave this time. This is where we pick up back at the hotel, and we see this new X-Men team checking up on Jimmy to see how his injuries are doing, where you have Jimmy wake up to seeing the Hulk in the room and confused, and they tell him the Hulk has joined the team, but now the team wants to know what the plan is, and this is where you have Jean Grey tell the big secret that she and Nick Fury has been working together this whole time. Where we learn the goal is that this team is not going to be the new X-Men. They are going to be a team that is going to save mutants who are captured, mutants who think they don't need to be saved, and also help mutants who don't want help. Also helping other people who are not mutants like Captain America. This is not going to be the new X-Men. Seems like they're going to use the name Tomorrow People for the time being, and that is the name of Ultimate X-Men Volume 1. So kind of interesting the name they took there, but hey, this is the new form team in Ultimate Comics. But to close on this storyline right here, we do pick up with Quicksilver, Sabretooth right now talking to each other, where you do have Sabretooth bring the fact up that right now, Jean Grey's team has a lot of power on their side, and so Sabretooth is worried. But that is when you have Quicksilver tell Sabretooth that he should not worry at all, because we come to find out that the Scarlet Witch is alive again. And she died in Ultimates 3, but apparently, like her brother, she is alive as well. And this makes things a whole lot more interesting, but this is the end of Ultimate X. So guys, please. Now with this story, we know this picks up months after Ultimatum. And with this story picking up months after Ultimatum, it means we miss a lot of Peter Parker's life because of the time jump. And so we don't know what he has been up to since the end of Ultimatum. But we learn right off the bat that Peter Parker has a job now at a fast food restaurant, telling us that he no longer works for the Daily Bugle, and of course he still needs money. Now this is only the first thing we learn about Peter Parker, but there are some bigger surprises down the road. This leads us to picking up with some random group of thugs trying to rob a random store. Now this scene is going to lead into another surprise that we're going to learn about Spider-Man. But with these thugs trying to rob this store, they are greeted by a mysterious character. And this is our introduction to Ultimate Shroud. But we watch Shroud beat these thugs down very quickly, letting us know that we now have a second hero in the area besides Spider-Man. But after the Shroud leaves, of course you have Spider-Man appear to only see everything is okay now. Except that is when you have the police arrive. And usually when the police arrive at the scene, they target Spider-Man. Except this time, they do not. And we learn that the city actually loves Spider-Man now. The police actually want to get an autograph from him and become buddies with him as well. But that is not even the biggest surprise of the book really, because that is when we see Spider-Man go home for the night. And we think we know the usual thing is going to happen. He's going to greet his Aunt May and Gwen Stacy and call it a night. Except this is where we learn that in the 6 months that we lost between the ending of Ultimatum and the beginning of this book, Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker are now dating. Apparently, Aunt May is okay with having a teenage couple living under her roof. Now, before we are able to learn how this happened, the doorbell goes off, and we learn that it is Johnny Storm, and we have not seen him since the end of Ultimate Fantastic Four Requiem, but he passes out in Peter's arms. But the story does switch over to the Kingpin, and we have not seen him since he was kicked out of the country. And with this scene right here, we know that he is finally back in the country, ready to regain everything he lost thanks to him being kicked out of the country. Except that is when he is greeted by someone, and this person ends up blasting him out the window. And so, in one book, we learn a lot about Peter Parker, and we also get the death of the Kingpin in this universe as well. We get to see who the killer is, and we come to find out it is Ultimate Mysterio. Now we pick up the next day after the death of the Kingpin, where we pick up with Mysterio watching the news about the death of the Kingpin. Now you have Brian Michael Bendis really focusing on the idea that Mysterio really wants to be the Kingpin of this city, but also he has some kind of thing for getting revenge against the city, that the people of New York have hurt him in some way, and now he wants to get his revenge. But getting back to Peter Parker's life, we learn something else about him right in this scene, that Peter still has nightmares from the Ultimatum event, which for him it makes sense. It was a big event, even though it was a bad event, still there were a lot of people he knew that died, and some of the heroes that he looked up to died in that event. Also to point out that he almost died as well in that event. Now we pick up with Kitty Pryde, and remember, before Ultimatum, Peter Parker and Kitty Pryde dated for a hot second, but now being 6 months after Ultimatum, mutants are illegal, except Kitty Pryde has some kind of special rights to be out unlike other mutants, but we see her being picked on by some of the kids, mainly because she is a mutant, and so you have her use her powers to avoid them. But Mary Jane is recording the whole thing, and Kitty does not like the idea of Mary Jane recording her. And also, she hates Mary Jane because Peter Parker left her for Mary Jane, and so there is some bad blood between them. Now we pick up with Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy getting the chance to see them being a couple here again. Honestly, I feel like this was the best move for Peter Parker because in this universe, Peter Parker and Mary Jane broke up constantly. Always had this feeling that things might work out better for Peter in this universe if he dated Gwen Stacy. Now, while they're on the roof, that is when Peter and Gwen realize that there's some explosions going on downtown. This leads us to our first introduction to the Bombshells, a mother and daughter duo. Now, these two are in the main Marvel universe, really the daughter more because her close ties she has with Miles Morales currently in comics. The thing about them is that their powers only work when they are together, which is to just basically make explosions, and that is it. Now, when they are separate from one another, their powers do not work. That does get changed in a later book once we do get to Miles Morales appearing in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, but for now, Spider-Man Peter Parker is able to beat them when the mom gets knocked out and he moves the daughter somewhere else. Now getting over to Johnny Storm, remember that he came to the home of the Parkers and passed out, and so you have Aunt May question him on where has he been. Now this is where we learn that Mary Jane hates Peter Parker because we see Mary Jane and her friends who are all part of school news watching Mysterio's video claiming how he's going to change the city and kill anyone who gets in his way, including Spider-Man. And this is where one of Mary Jane's classmates makes a statement saying that Spider-Man is loved by everyone, but Mary Jane says not everyone, letting us know that she hates him. Now we pick up with Johnny Storm talking to Aunt May, where she asks him again, where has he been? Where he tells her that after Ultimatum, he traveled the world, and we saw that at the end of Ultimate Fantastic Four Requiem. Now he says when he came back, he could not go back into the Baxter building, his old home. It brought back too many memories, including the memories of his father who died in the Ultimatum wave, and so he came here instead. But the story does shift over to Peter Parker working at his new job, where we do learn a couple things with this scene right here. We learn these new things when he runs into Mary Jane, and remember, she hates him, and we do learn why here in a second, except we learn why Peter got a job at this fast food restaurant, mainly because the Daily Bugle closed down. But then we learn why Mary Jane hates Peter Parker. She hates him because at the end of Ultimatum, she dumped Peter Parker, but after a few months have passed, Peter moved on to Gwen Stacy, and Mary Jane felt like him dating Gwen is some sort of betrayal. Remember, she told Peter how she hated Gwen and thought Gwen always had a crush on Peter, and so seeing Peter with her leaves a bad taste in her mouth. Now we pick up with Peter Parker being Spider-Man, doing his usual night shift as a hero, except that is when he sees everyone freaking out, wondering why people are freaking out. You have Peter go into the crowd to see why, because from a distance, people seem scared for no reason, but when he gets close to them, he sees giant spiders attacking the city, which leads to Spider-Man wondering where these spiders came from and how can he stop them, except when he goes to attack one, he flies through the spider, letting him know that these spiders are not real. That is when Spider-Man realized something is up and realized that Mysterio, who is inside a bank, is trying to steal a buckload of gold. And so you have Spider-Man go in there and they do battle. Now, this fight is not like your usual fight, where you think Spider-Man would beat Mysterio and that would be it. Mysterio is able to use his tech to escape and tell Spider-Man that he will get revenge later on. And so this was a quick fight between them. Now this leads to the closing moment of this chapter, where Gwen Stacy gets home and she sees Johnny Storm talking to his sister Susan Storm, and they have not talked since the ending of Ultimate Fantastic Four Requiem. But right now we see them arguing about something outside while Aunt May and Gwen Stacy are inside. And we learn by the time Peter gets home and is about to walk inside that Aunt May and Gwen Stacy tell Peter that Johnny Storm is going to live with the Parkers now. Later on that night, we pick up with Mary Jane leaving with her manager after finishing her shift. Except this leads into another gang of thugs appearing in the book. And of course they are trying to make a move on Mary Jane. Except this leads into the Shroud reappearing again into the book to save Mary Jane. Now this is something I want you guys to focus on real quick, because of course we do see the Shroud beat down on these thugs very quickly. But after she does that, you have Mary Jane and the Shroud have a conversation where you see that the Shroud does not like talking to Mary Jane, even though this person just went out of their way to save Mary Jane. Now following up the next day, we see Peter bump into Mary Jane again at the school, where she wants to tell Peter about her run-in with the Shroud. Remember, Peter has not met the Shroud yet, except in the middle of the conversation we see Mary Jane is unable to tell Peter because she is still upset about Gwen and Peter, and she begins to cry. Now Gwen Stacy comes in and tries to take Mary Jane somewhere private to cry about everything, and that is when Peter gets word that the Hulk is attacking New York again, and so you have Peter leave to go handle that. We see Spider-Man get there and he is greeted by the Hulk. Now for Spider-Man, he thinks that the Hulk will stop attacking the city now because he is there. And he thinks the Hulk and him are friends because of their short team up in the Ultimatum event. Except we see that the Hulk does not stop attacking the city. And so Spider-Man tries to attack him. Except just like the giant spiders from earlier, Spider-Man flies right through the Hulk, letting us know that the Hulk is really not here. This was a trap, and of course we know who set this trap up. That is when a bunch of explosions go off, blasting Spider-Man all over the place and knocking him out, confirming that this is a trap. And we see who was the person who set up the trap for Spider-Man. Of course it was Mysterio, and this is him continuing his plans of trying to take over the city. But before we can see what happened to Spider-Man, the story shifts over to the mother of Kitty Pryde, where we see that she is on the phone, but while she is walking into her home, she can tell that someone has broken into her home, and this leads to her freaking out and wondering who could have broken into her home, where she walks in to see Bobby Drake, aka Iceman from the X-Men, and he quickly tells us that Kitty Pryde told him that he could stay here. And this leads into the story shifting back over to Spider-Man, who is still knocked out thanks to Mysterio, where you have Mysterio thinking that he has won the battle, except once again the Shroud has reappeared again, but this time here to save Spider-Man from Mysterio, where Spider-Man does get up and join in on the battle, which begins a 2-on-1 battle. Again, Brian Michael Bendis does not want Mysterio to be caught by them, and so at the end of the fight, Mysterio does escape. This gives us a brief moment where Spider-Man tries to talk to the Shroud to learn who this person is, except again the Shroud is trying to be mysterious, but this person is having a hard time keeping that up. And you have the Shroud point out that Mysterio left some tech behind, which does distract Spider-Man long enough for the Shroud to leave once again. But getting back over to Kitty Pryde's mom finding Bobby Drake, you have Kitty Pryde being talked to by her mother, how it is wrong to let someone who she does not know stay in their home. Plus, Kitty's mom is having a hard time dealing with people right now since everyone knows that Kitty Pryde is a mutant. And since mutants are illegal now, people give her a hard enough time that somehow Kitty gets a pass even though she is a mutant. But if people see Bobby Drake here, she knows more people will give her a hard time, and so Bobby Drake cannot stay here. This is where we learn that Kitty and her mom took Bobby Drake to the home of the Parkers, and this is where Peter walked into the meeting, and this begins the process of everyone telling him that just like Johnny Storm moving in with the Parkers, now Bobby Drake is also going to move in with the Parkers as well, since he has nowhere else to go. The Parker household continues to grow in this book. Now we pick up with Peter, Gwen, Aunt May, Johnny Storm, and Bobby Drake at dinner. We see them talking about what they're going to do with the fact that the world knows about Johnny Storm and Bobby Drake because they were popular superheroes. And so you have them come up with a plan to basically dye Johnny Storm's hair, cut off Bobby Drake's hair, and that'll be part of their disguise. Also, they come up with a plan to tell everyone at the school that they are Peter Parker's long lost cousins. And this leads to Aunt May meeting up with the principal, where she is trying to get Johnny and Bobby into school. Now the principal has been wondering if Peter Parker is Spider-Man since with everything that happened at the school over the past stories. But at the same time, the principal does not want to know and just focus on making sure the school is safe for his students. And you can tell that when Aunt May randomly asking the principal to get these two boys in school seems to be suspicious, but he accepts them into the school. Now we pick up hours later where Mary Jane sees Johnny and Bobby in the school, where the rest of the gang tells her about the fact that Johnny and Bobby are going to pretend to be the cousins of Peter Parker and also will be going to school here now. But before they are able to discuss that some more, that is when Peter realizes something is going on. His spider sense is detecting danger, but that is when he moves closer to the door, and right when he walks up to the door, well, it explodes, and we see that Mysterio has sent in some kind of spider slayer. Now we see Spider-Man kick everyone out, including Johnny and Bobby, to help keep their identity safe, and he rushes back in as Spider-Man to stop this robot. Now he does have to help save a few other people who are still trapped inside the school, but he also tries to fight the Spider Slayer robot head on, which of course the robot does give him a hard time in this battle. Now the shroud once again reappears, and just like last time with this person being here, once again the battle is wrapped up in a matter of seconds. And when Spider-Man looks back, he sees that the shroud has defeated the robot and the day is saved. But Johnny Storm comes in, and with him being here, he thought it'd be a great idea to melt the robot. And while Spider-Man explains why that is a bad idea, the shroud disappears once again. But we finally learn who the shroud is, because we see the shroud reappear outside of the school in the back, where the shroud finally removes the mask, and we find out it is Kitty Pryde. She is trying to use a new secret identity and be a hero once again. Now we pick up with Mysterio, where we see him talking to himself while he has a camera recording him, where he explains that he is not going to stop trying to kill Spider-Man, and his Spider Slayer recorded everything, and so he knows who Spider-Man is. But before he can do anything else, we see the police arrive and was able to locate his base, and so you have Mysterio escape by blowing up the place, and that is it for this story. And so guys, so to begin this story, we pick up with Nick Fury meeting up with Hawkeye. And this is our first time picking up with some of the Ultimates besides Iron Man after Ultimatum. Now remember that Nick Fury was kicked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was left behind in the Squadron Supreme dimension. And you can watch the Ultimate Power video to understand what happened there. Except we pick up with Nick Fury meeting up with Hawkeye and seeing what S.H.I.E.L.D. has become since Carol Danvers has taken over S.H.I.E.L.D. Remember, in this universe, Carol Danvers is not Miss Marvel nor Captain Marvel. Except the reason why Hawkeye called up Nick Fury, because Hawkeye wants to tell Nick Fury that Captain America knows about the Red Skull. And the story jumps back a day, and we pick up with Captain America, Hawkeye helping S.H.I.E.L.D. with the mission, where they are going after AIM, which is also known as Advanced Idea Mechanics, a group whose main goal is to steal a bunch of advanced level technology from around the world. And we come to find out that right now they are trying to steal technology from the Baxter building since the Fantastic Four are technically no more. And so you have Captain America and Hawkeye here to stop them, and they were supposed to be working with Iron Man, except we come to find out that Iron Man has become an alcoholic. Well, he already was, except now he is drinking more than he used to because of the death of Wolverine. Remember that in Ultimatum, Wolverine died, but Magneto made Cyclops and Iron Man use their forms of weapons to kill Wolverine. Since then, it has been messing with Iron Man's mind. But getting back over to the main point of this story, we see that AIM is trying to steal tech and Captain America and Hawkeye are here. Except that is when Captain America gets into one of the helicopters and runs into the Red Skull. And this is our first appearance of the Red Skull in this universe. Something people were wondering, when in the world would we get the Red Skull in the Ultimate Marvel Universe? And this leads to the Red Skull beating down on Captain America, which is different to see because the Red Skull was not really a fighter in the main Marvel Universe. He was more of a strategist, and he was the brains behind a lot of big things that happen in the main Marvel Universe. But here he is, a fighter, and he beats down on Captain America like no other. And then he pulls in Captain America to tell him a secret. And after he tells Captain America the secret, he pushes Captain America out of the helicopter and leaves. Now, of course, Hawkeye is able to pull off some crazy moves to save Captain America before he crashes to his death. Where this is the biggest moment of the book. Well, one of them, because Mark Millar does a lot of things in this book. But this is where we learn that Red Skull told Captain America that apparently the Red Skull in this universe is the son of Captain America. This is where the story shifts back to 1945, with Captain America putting on his outfit and spending some time with Gale. As you know, Gale was Captain America's lover before he was frozen in time back in World War II. Where we see that the last night they saw each other, they spent that night doing the dirty. Where of course we know what this means for Gale after that night, because the story does shift over 4 months later, where Gale is meeting up with the people from the government who tells her that she is pregnant. And they figure out that the son of Captain America, which is the Red Skull, has the super soldier serum inside of him as well, and they took the baby from her. The story goes to the present day, but maybe a couple hours before Hawkeye and Nick Fury conversation, where we pick up with Captain America and Hawkeye flying back home after their failed mission. Where out of nowhere, you have Captain America start beating down on some of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hawkeye to escape, because now he wants to know more about the Red Skull. The Red Skull is a son he never knew about, and now he wants to know. And so Captain America leaves, and that is it for Captain America for now. This is where the story shifts over to the present moment, where we pick up with Carol Danvers, Hawkeye, and Nick Fury having a conversation, because Hawkeye and Nick Fury knew about the Red Skull. Carol Danvers did not, which honestly is surprising since now she's the main person in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. But it shows that Nick Fury has secrets all over the place. But explains that basically after Captain America died, or supposedly died, the government took the baby of Captain America to test him to see if the Red Skull actually has any traces of the super soldier serum inside of him. Where of course it shows that he does. And this begins the downfall for everything, because we learned that the army was training him and he was actually just using them to help him get physically fit and learn about fighting, to the point he was ready to leave the facility they had him locked up in. And we learned he was a tactical genius because he killed over 100 soldiers after he decided that he had enough of being their puppet. And you have Nick Fury tell us that before he left, he cut his skin off to give him the Red Skull face. Now, before the second chapter ends, we actually do get two things happen. The first is that Captain America breaks into one of the computer rooms of S.H.I.E.L.D. to look up more information on the Red Skull, and he finds something, and we don't know what he found, but he leaves. Then the chapter closes on us being introduced to another Stark, except we learn that this is the older brother of Tony Stark, Gregory Stark. But before we can learn more about Gregory Stark, the story does shift over to Jim Rhodes, who we know him as War Machine. Now, we have not seen Jim Rhodes since the Ultimate Iron Man 2 storyline. After that story, Marvel really never tried to put him in any present day storylines, and so we had no idea what Jim Rhodes has been up to really until now. We learned that he works for the army, using the War Machine armor for missions and killing people if he has to. That's really it, but we see that he has been called in by Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. because he has been called in to form the Avengers team. Now the story shifts over to Gregory Stark, and he is being greeted by Hawkeye and Nick Fury, where we learn from Gregory Stark that apparently he feels like that he should have inherited the company and not Tony from their father, and he hates Tony for it. And Gregory also made his own company as well, but Nick Fury tells us that Gregory Stark is smarter than Tony Stark actually, but Nick called Gregory to launch Project Avengers. Then we pick up with Pedro Lescove, who will be the new Wasp. Well, her code name will be the Red Wasp. Now, this is not our first time meeting her because she was in Ultimates 2, where she was helping the evil organization called the Liberators, villains from different countries. Now, her code name was Swarm, where she had the ability to control insects. Well, in Ultimates 2, it seemed that she was killed by the original Wasp, but we come to find out that she lived. S.H.I.E.L.D. took her body in and were able to save her life, but she has a chip where she has to obey S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders, but she's going to join the new Avengers team. Now, getting back over to Gregory Stark, we see him taking Nick Fury and Hawkeye to a lower level, where we see that Gregory has been working on different projects for this Avengers team. For example, we see that he made a clone of the Hulk, where this Hulk will still have the strength of the Hulk but the intelligence of Bruce Banner, and codename will be Nerd Hulk. But before we leave this place, we see a character locked up in a container who is in a Spider-Man outfit, and his code name is the Spider, and we have no idea who this is. But we pick up with the Avengers team out on their first mission together. We see them getting ready to capture Captain America. Now we learn that there was another member added to the team. This is the new Black Widow, Monica Chang, and we are going to learn more about her very soon. But we know that she used to date Nick Fury. But the point is that while the team is trying to get ready to take down Captain America, that is when we learn that Captain America was prepared for them and surprise attacked them and began the process to take each member of this team out. Now, they did not send in Nerd Hulk nor the Spider because the Spider is too dangerous, but we see Captain America take out Red Wasp, Hawkeye, and the new Black Widow in a matter of seconds. And so you have S.H.I.E.L.D. send in their first big gun, which is War Machine. And this leads to a funny scene where Captain America thinks Jim Rhodes is just a random dude until he changes into his War Machine outfit. And so we get War Machine versus Captain America in this section right here. Now, War Machine is not someone who is really concerned about innocent bystanders. If he has a mission, he will go out of his way to complete his mission. Now, Captain America knows this, but he knows that Jim Rose is not a complete heartless person. And so you have Captain America go to a school that is full of kindergarten kids. And War Machine can't fire a single missile because he could possibly kill an innocent child. And so you have Captain America take him out very quickly, and that is it for War Machine for now. But we then see the new Black Widow try her hand one more time against Captain America, where it ends up with her thinking she has the edge. Except Captain America took one of the arms of War Machine to use it against the Black Widow. And so Black Widow is taken out in a matter of a few pages a second time around. And so finally you have Nerd Hulk step in, the last big gun for this Avengers team. And this newly formed Hulk should be able to take down Captain America. Except you have Captain America point out that with them combining the two sides of the Hulk, they took away the edge the Hulk had, because the brain of Bruce Banner would always be going to hold the Hulk side back from letting loose. And so the Hulk gets taken out by Captain America. Now it does seem like this Avengers team is about to lose to Captain America, except you have Black Widow use the shield tech that is inside the Red Wasp to control her powers, which again is to control insects, and then leads to Captain America falling into the river, which is the perfect setup for War Machine to send a shock into the river to knock out Captain America, and now he is captured. Now this new Avengers team has another mission they must complete, which is to go after AIM and the Red Skull, because we learned that AIM did not steal technology from the Baxter building earlier in the book, except they stole the blueprints to how to build the Cosmic Cube. Remember that in this universe, Reed Richards was the one who made the Cosmic Cube. With that being said, when you have an evil organization that has a group of intelligent people, they can figure out how to make the cube. And so now the Avengers have to chase down AIM. This is where things get crazier, because we then jump over to the Red Skull when he is checking up to see how the process of the cube is coming. And they tell him how the Cosmic Cube is almost done. Except this is the moment where we learn that someone hired the Red Skull to come out of retirement. And that is very important. But we see that the Red Skull kills off the lead person in charge of making the Cosmic Cube. And we learn his goal is to take the Cosmic Cube for himself, which is honestly a very dangerous thing. And we know that since the Red Skull in the main Marvel universe used his Cosmic Cube for a lot of crazy things. Now we do learn a little bit about how the Red Skull affected the Red Wasp life, but with the YouTube borderline rules on things, I don't know if I can show it. But long story short, Red Skull killed her family. Now you have Nick Fury tell us that the Red Skull was born in the 1940s, and so in the 1960s, he was in his 20s. And one of the Red Skull's biggest moments was when he assassinated JF Kennedy. But getting back to the main point of the story, some time has passed and the new Avengers team has arrived in Alaska, and that is where the base of AIM is at. And so they are here to get the cube. Except this is where things get a little bit crazy, because when the Avengers team get closer to the base, they find a pile of dead bodies on the ground, that someone killed every single member of AIM on this base. And when Hawkeye asks who in the world did all this, of course you have the Red Skull walk in and claim his work. Now when the Red Skull revealed himself, you have the team just unload all their bullets on the Red Skull to just quickly get rid of him, except none of the bullets worked on him. And then the whole building blows up, but the Avengers team was teleported out of the base before it blew up. And this is where we learn that the Red Skull is using the Cosmic Cube. That where the Avengers team thought they had more time before the Cosmic Cube would be done, they miscalculated the time when the Red Skull will be done with the Cosmic Cube. And so now we have our second Cosmic Cube in this universe. And this is huge because right now it is in the hands of the Red Skull. And so you had the Avengers really trying to take down the Red Skull. And this team was not around when the original Cosmic Cube was around when Thanos had it. Some members were there and they were being mind controlled by Thanos, but none of them helped the Fantastic Four take down Thanos when he had the Cosmic Cube. And so they have no idea how powerful the Cosmic Cube is until right now. And so they're throwing their bullets, their missiles, and anything else they can throw at the Red Skull. But of course, nothing is working because this is the Red Skull with the Cosmic Cube now. Now, picking up with Captain America, we learned that the Avengers team left him to be watched by a bunch of regular level folks who work for S.H.I.E.L.D. in France. And we learned that Captain America wanted to be captured by the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason why is because he knew that sooner or later the Avengers team would go after the Red Skull themselves. And so he placed some nanotech robots that can be traced all over the Avengers. And so you have Captain America beat down on these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and get ready to go after his son because he now knows where his son is located at. Honestly, this is one of my favorite moments of the book because you have Captain America about to get ready to get into a new developed jet, a jet that has not been tested out yet, but can get him from France to Alaska in a matter of minutes. And Nick Fury is trying to talk Captain America out of going after his son, where you have Captain America ask permission to speak and tells Nick Fury to shut up, and he flies away. But getting back over to the Avengers, they are trying their best to stop the Red Skull. And they are trying to throw everything at him, but of course it is not working. Now, you do have Gregory Stark come in and say, listen, Nick, it's time to use our secret weapon. And we come to find out that apparently Jim Rhodes has a nuke in the back of his armor. And so their idea right now is to go ahead and hit the button and use the nuke. Now, Nick Fury does not want to use the nuke at all. He's kind of like, listen, we can find another way around this. But while the Avengers are fighting against the Red Skull, you still have Captain America in that new developed jet flying his way from France to Alaska, and he is almost there. He's probably like 3 to 4 minutes away, and he tells Nick Fury, do not press that button. I'll be there soon. Now, this does lead into another cool moment of the book, because you do have Nerd Hulk finally step in because all of the other members of the Avengers were yelling at him to step in because he has the strength of the Hulk. Yes, he does have the brains of Bruce Banner, but he still has the strength of the Hulk. And so to the other members of the Avengers, they're telling him, dude, can you please help us out? And so you do have Nerd Hulk step in. Now, this leads into one of the coolest moments of the book because you see Nerd Hulk kind of get a little bit more savage-like, where the Bruce Banner side is slowly going away and he's getting stronger and stronger, and it does seem like he'll be able to stop the Red Skull, but of course the Red Skull has the Cosmic Cube, and so he was just playing around with the Hulk, and he throws the Hulk away, and he tells the Avengers, listen, that was cool and all, but I was playing around. You then proceed to the Red Skull telling the Avengers that he knew about the nuke that was in the back part of War Machine's armor, and so you have him get rid of that nuke. And for the Avengers, they think this is the end for them because that nuke was their last weapon to use against the Red Skull. But out of nowhere, we do see that Captain America was able to get there in time, and his goal is to fly the jet right into the Red Skull. But of course, the Red Skull has the Cosmic Cube, and he was able to push the jet away from him. And so you have Captain America crash the jet somewhere else. And again, it does seem like the end for the Avengers. But you do have Steve Rogers as Hawkeye to give him the exact location of the Red Skull, because Hawkeye never misses and Captain America never loses, because he wants the exact location of the Red Skull. because while the Red Skull is not looking, Captain America was able to fire one shot from the jet that plunges through the Red Skull body, and the cosmic cube falls out of the Red Skull hands, and that is the end of the Red Skull. Now we do pick up a few hours after the battle, where we do pick up with Captain America, Nick Fury, and Gale. And remember, Gale was the ex-lover of Captain America before he presumably died back in World War II, and also the mother of the Red Skull. And so Nick Fury brought her here so she can say goodbye to her son, the son that was taken away from her all those years ago from the American government. Now, once she does leave, you do have Nick Fury ask Red Skull, what did they talk about? And the Red Skull told Nick Fury that he told his mother that his goal with the Cosmic Cube was not to rule the world or anything. His goal was to change time. He wanted to rewrite history because he wanted to say to his mother that his goal was to use the Cosmic Cube to change time to the point where his father never did get frozen in time. Instead, his father did came home and they were able to live a life as a family. That was the one thing he always wanted. But then you have Nick Fury kill off the Red Skull, Nick Fury asked Red Wasp to kill off Red Skull to get revenge for what he did to her family, and the Red Skull is now dead. And to finally wrap up this story, we do pick up with Gregory Stark and Nick Fury, and we come to find out that Carol Danvers did give Nick Fury his own place in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where he's going to run his little Avengers team from this small base right here. But we do come to find out that Nick Fury was the one who hired the Red Skull to come out of retirement. That really, Nick Fury was the one behind all of this, because Nick Fury's goal from this point on is to get his job back, to be the one in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so he did that because he knew that if he brought the Red Skull out, Carol Danvers would have no choice to let Nick Fury use his Avengers project to go after the Red Skull. And so this was just step one of Nick Fury trying to get his old job back. And that is the end of So this book starts off by picking back up from the end of Ultimate Origins. If you remember, at the end of Ultimate Origins, we learned that the ultimate version of the Watchers have been watching the Earth, and they told the Fantastic Four that someone is going to be chosen to lead the world in a better direction. That person will be given powers to help reach that goal. And at the end of the book, we saw the Watchers give that power to Rick Jones, who in this universe was just a teenager living in Queens, who gained powers and could not control it, and Ultimate Origins ended there. Where we learned that in the present day that the powers given to Rick Jones put him in a coma, and he has been in a coma for months, since Ultimatum took place months before this story. But we see this is the moment he awakes from his coma. But then we get a couple pages where we see Peter Parker and Mary Jane talking at the mall while they both are on their lunch breaks. This is Bendis showing us that Peter and Mary Jane are trying to be friends even though Peter is with Gwen Stacy. Now, Mary Jane is bringing up the big fact that Aunt May is letting Johnny Storm and Bobby Drake live with them is a bad idea, because sooner or later someone is going to figure out who they are. But after the story gives us that small section of awkwardness with Peter and Mary Jane, you had the story shift back over to Aunt May, where Aunt May and Gwen Stacy see Rick Jones finally coming home from the hospital because they are neighbors. And Aunt May has been hearing rumors how he was put in the hospital because of drugs. Anyways, Aunt May goes over there to give them food as a way to show support for what they are going through. Except this is where you have Rick Jones' mother tell Aunt May that the rumors that she has been hearing about Rick Jones being on drugs is not true. That she thinks that Rick Jones is a mutant because she saw what happened to him when he gained his powers. And she has been reading a lot about mutants. And she is freaking out that he might die because of his powers or be thrown in jail because being a mutant is illegal now. But this leads into Aunt May going home and calling a family meeting, where of course all of the teenagers come in the kitchen, and she tells Peter, Johnny, and Bobby Drake, about Rick Jones and how he may have powers, and she wants them to go over there and help him get used to his powers. And this leads to a funny moment in the book, where you have Spider-Man, Iceman, and the Human Torch go over there. At first, they observe him from a far distance, wondering how in the world are they going to start a conversation with this kid. But you have Iceman go over there because he thinks that since he was on the X-Men, he knows how to talk to people who just gain new powers. Except when he goes over there, he freaks out Rick Jones and Rick Jones' powers activates. And he starts moving really fast and jumping all over the place. And we also learn that Rick Jones can teleport as well. And the reason why I say that is because Rick Jones teleports Spider-Man and himself all the way over to Michigan. It was an instant warp to that location. It is funny to see because Spider-Man is freaking out. Plus, they crash into a random restaurant and the owner of the place wants to attack both Spider-Man and Rick Jones for ruining his new restaurant. Now, of course, Spider-Man and Rick Jones do teleport back to Queens, New York. Except when they do get back, this leads into Spider-Man, Iceman, and the Human Torch asking Rick Jones where his powers came from. Where of course Rick Jones tells them about the Watchers, how the Watchers contacted him and told him how he was chosen to lead the world in the right direction with his newfound powers. Now Human Torch remembers the Watchers because the Watchers only talk to the Fantastic Four, and so he tells Rick Jones that he is the chosen one. Now when the Human Torch confirms for Rick Jones that the whole Watcher thing was true and he is the chosen one, Rick Jones tells the heroes that he hates the idea of the fact that he was chosen. He wants a normal life. He is afraid that with him having powers, his life is completely ruined now. But you have the heroes try their best to explain that he can still have some form of life. It is just going to be hard for him. Now Rick Jones wants to know where the Human Torch saw the Watcher at, and the Human Torch told him about the base of Project Pegasus. And so Rick Jones wants to go there and see the Watcher for himself. But the Human Torch told him that the Watcher is no longer there, except Rick Jones teleports everyone there anyways. Now Project Pegasus was this place where S.H.I.E.L.D. put artifacts be held at, a combination of artifacts that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government found over the years. Some they were able to figure out what they do, and some they could not figure out what they do, were all placed here in this S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Now, this is where we do get reintroduced to a team of characters we have not seen since Ultimate Power. And we see that the heroes run into the Serpent Squad, a group of women whose powers are based around snake abilities. And we met them in Ultimate Power, and they attacked Project Pegasus before looking for their Serpent Crown artifact. And here they are again doing the same thing all over again. And so you have the heroes fight them, and we see Rick Jones show more examples of what kinds of abilities he has, which are superhuman strength, flight, and energy projection. Now the goal for this book is to say that Rick Jones is technically this universe Nova, but long story short, the heroes were able to knock out the Serpent Squad. Now the story ends with Rick Jones being able to teleport everyone back home to Queens, where he decides that he needs to leave home to figure out what he wants to do with his powers. How he wants to know more on how he's going to save the world and lead it into the correct direction, since that is what the Watchers told him would happen since he was chosen. And so the story closes with him leaving and our heroes going back home after their crazy adventure. And this was really a prequel to the Ultimate Doom storyline, which we are going to cover very soon. But guys, this is So this is the first story in the Ultimate Marvel Universe that really put the Punisher in the spotlight. Because before this, Punisher was really a joke in some previous stories as a way to move the story forward for writers. And so the first few pages, we watch the Punisher just wreak havoc against a bunch of monsters. We learn that the Punisher is going around the world killing 200 people because there's a guy in Russia named the Red Hammer who is a kingpin in Russia, but is trying to make a move in the US. Now, while the Punisher is killing all of these people, we learn very quickly that Ultimate Punisher origin is somewhat similar to his main Marvel Universe counterpart. Also, with him killing all of these monsters across the nation, Red Hammer decides he needs to come to the US to deal with the Punisher. Now we think we see this Red Hammer guy here in the US, and it seems like he could be planning to find the Punisher to get rid of him, except that is when we see that the Punisher is pretending to be one of Red Hammer's men to get close to him and kill him. The problem is that this is not Red Hammer. This is actually Captain America in disguise and was sent here by S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture Punisher, since this man has gone around killing 200 people, and Red Hammer was sent back to Russia as soon as he arrived in the country. But you have Captain America beat down the Punisher, and the Punisher is captured by Captain America. Now, of course, the Punisher does not go to jail. Instead, we see that he is being recruited by Nick Fury in his Avengers team. The Ultimate is the team that is well known to the world. The Avengers are the Black Ops team. Now, Nick Fury tells the Punisher that his goal is to have someone on the team to be their Captain America in a way. And they want the Punisher to be that person, but no new code name. Really, it is a way for Marvel to put him in a new Captain America outfit. Now, someone asked Nick Fury, where is Jane Rhodes, who is also known as War Machine? That is when Nick Fury tells the team that he is off to recruit the original Hulk, not Bruce Banner Hulk, someone who came before Bruce Banner Hulk. And so you had a story shift over to South America, where we pick up with this dude who is built like a Hulk, except we see that he is not a savage like Bruce Banner Hulk, where it seems that he is someone who is a kingpin of sort. He has a mansion, girls everywhere, and guards with weapons. And these guys are not your usual kind of guards. And this is our first appearance of Tyrone Cash. We learned that Tyrone Cash was actually the mentor of Bruce Banner, and we learned this through a flashback where we see Bruce Banner is learning about how to recreate the super soldier serum, that they have one thing in common. They want to use the formula for themselves because they hate the way they look and how they act, hoping the serum will make them bigger and better looking, also make them not be socially awkward. Now you can put it together that Tyrone Cash took the drug himself, and it worked. He was able to make the Hulk formula where it did not lead into him turning into a savage monster. We see him in the present day being greeted by War Machine, and just like the Punisher, Nick Fury is trying to recruit Tyrone Cash for an important mission. Now we also learn that after Tyrone Cash took the formula and became the first kind of Hulk, he actually left his family and went on to be some kind of warlord or kingpin in South America. This leads into Tyrone and War Machine actually fighting against each other, and the fight is pretty epic. It leads to all of Tyrone Cash Island being destroyed. Almost everyone who was on the island is now dead. Now at first, it does seem like a fair battle between the two of them, and War Machine is actually giving Tyrone a run for his money. Except at the end of the fight, we see that Tyrone Cash wins the fight and is about to kill War Machine until War Machine tells him that if he dies, S.H.I.E.L.D. will tell Tyrone Cash family that he is still alive, and he does not want that. And so he stops attacking War Machine, and Tyrone is told about joining the Avengers. Now you have Nick Fury bring everyone in for this mission, which is Tyrone Cash, Hawkeye, Punisher, the new Black Widow, and War Machine. Everyone wants to know what is the mission and who was the one telling Nick Fury to take care of this problem. And Nick Fury tells them that it came from the Vice President, and they're going after Ultimate Ghost Rider. This is the first appearance of Ultimate Ghost Rider in this universe. Now you have Nick Fury explaining why the mission is to go after Ghost Rider, where we learn that Ghost Rider has been going around killing some random rich people. At first, this tells us that the people who died must be close to the Vice President in some way, that it made him tell Nick Fury to go after Ghost Rider. Now, Punisher is quick to tell Nick Fury no about going on to this mission. To him, these rich people dying most likely were crooked and should have been killed, and so he tries to walk away. But that is when you have the new Black Widow, aka Monica Chang, tell us that they put something into the Punisher that shocks him anytime he tries to disobey an order or tries to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. And this is the same thing they did with the Red Wasp, because she was a villain who was forced to be a good guy now. Punisher is being forced to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. They are hoping this will work to control the Punisher. But this leads into Tyrone Cash and War Machine going to the most recent crime scene to find out what happened here, where all they find are dead bodies in a house that was wrecked. And War Machine asks the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents if there was some kind of connection with the victims, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tell Rhodey that they cannot find any connections at all between them. But what is crazy is that Ghost Rider left one survivor in the most recent attack, and Tyrone and Rhodey are confused why this one guy was left behind. And we see on his neck that he has a cross, meaning that the cross is a weakness to Ghost Rider. But the story shifts over to Hawkeye and the Punisher waiting at a landing strip for a plane to land, because S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks this person who owns the plane is next. But this section is the beginning of building the bond between Hawkeye and the Punisher. The reason why I say that is because both of these men lost their families due to an attack, and they both went with the idea that all bad people should be killed no matter what the crime is. Now, before their bond can be built to a level where they can call each other brothers, that is when Ghost Rider appears at the landing strip. This is where we get to see how powerful the Ghost Rider is, because we see him on his bike and being able to jump off the ground of the landing strip, where he blows up the plane in the sky and grabs the person he was after. In just a blink of an eye, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers fail to prevent him from grabbing the man on the plane, except you have Hawkeye fire a missile which blows Ghost Rider off his bike and leads into us about to see Ghost Rider fighting against S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye, and the Punisher. This leads into the Punisher going in to fight against the Ghost Rider on his own, because the suit S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him gives him extra strength. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is hoping that the Punisher, who is a well-trained killer and now a suit that gives him an extra boost, will be able to take down the Ghost Rider. And at first, it may seem like the Punisher will be able to take down the Ghost Rider, except Ghost Rider is not your normal being on Earth, and he begins the process to beat down on the Punisher to the point the suit begins to fall apart. But that is when a cross is revealed, and it makes Ghost Rider leave and to see the Avengers another day. But the story reminds us that Gregory Stark is part of the team, but to remind us of some bad blood between some characters. For example, there is bad blood between Carol Danvers and Nick Fury because Carol Danvers replaced Nick when he was kicked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. and left in another dimension. The second example of bad blood comes from Gregory Stark and Tony Stark. We know that there is some bad blood between them because Gregory feels like he should have been the one to inherit the company from their father. But you had the story remind us about the Spider, this character who we have no idea about. The last thing we heard was that he is the clone of Spider-Man and Charles Xavier, but that was supposed to be a joke. We learned that he knows the origin of Ghost Rider, and he only tells Monica and Hawkeye in exchange for information. And so she tells us what happened between her and Nick Fury, that basically Nick Fury cheated on her with her friends and her family, which is wild. When the Spider gets the information he wanted, he goes on to tell us about the origin of Ghost Rider. We learned that this Ghost Rider is of course Johnny Blaze, but we learned that his origin is different from his main Marvel Universe counterpart. We learned that he had a girlfriend named Roxanne, and they traveled all over the world on his motorcycle, except one day he met a group of men who seemed nice at first, but the problem is that at the end of the night, they killed both Johnny Blaze and Roxanne. They cut Johnny Blaze's throat open as part of a ritual to be able to make deals with Mephisto so they can be successful in life. Once they die, their souls will be taken away by Mephisto. Now, they were able to get what they wanted, but Mephisto also made a deal with Johnny Blaze to become his Ghost Rider, and Johnny will be able to go after the men who killed him and Roxanne. But also, with Johnny Blaze taking this deal, Roxanne will be brought back to life. This is where we learn why the Vice President sent Nick Fury in the Avengers after Ghost Rider, where the Spider tells us that the Vice President was one of the people who took part in the ritual to make a deal with Mephisto, because the ritual was basically to make them very successful in life. And as you can see, he has become successful. He is the Vice President. Then the story jumps forward a couple hours, and you have the Avengers already there and getting set up around the White House, getting ready when the Ghost Rider does come here to make an attempt to kill the Vice President. But while the Avengers are outside the White House, inside the White House, you have the Vice President meeting up with Mephisto, where now you have Mephisto and the Vice President making a new deal. And the original deal was that everyone who took part of that ritual would give their soul to Mephisto once they die. And so now you have the Vice President taking on a new deal. This deal, of course, is to give something Johnny Blaze to fight. So we are not just getting one Ghost Rider in this book, we're about to get two Ghost Riders in this book, because this is what Mephisto wanted, to be honest. He wanted to put these two against each other, but he knew either way he would get what he always wanted, which is their souls. And so while you have everyone outside becoming somewhat friends, like Hawkeye and the Punisher, who are very similar to a degree, that is when at the front gate you have Johnny Blaze slowly turning into the Ghost Rider. Then out of nowhere you have this big explosion happen, and we see the Vice President has been turned into a new Ghost Rider. Now at first the Avengers think that this is the Ghost Rider that some of them met before and has already killed the Vice President. They don't know that this is the Vice President, but this leads into a battle with the Avengers and Ghost Rider. Monica Chang tries to go in first, and she's taken out very quickly. But then you have War Machine and Tyrone Cash jump into the battle, with them being the big guns. And you think that this fight is about to be wrapped up very quickly. They are throwing everything at the Ghost Rider, and it seems like that they're about to win this battle in a matter of seconds, except they come to realize that nothing is working on the Vice President Ghost Rider. And so we are watching the Vice President Ghost Rider just beat down the Avengers. But then you have Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider appear. That is when everyone realized that something is up with there now being two Ghost Riders. But Johnny Blaze is here to make a point that he is not here to play around, that he wants to kill the vice president for everything he did to him and Roxanne back in the day. And this is going to be the end of it all. Now again, Johnny Blaze is beating down the vice president Ghost Rider, which makes sense because this is the vice president, first time being the Ghost Rider. And for Johnny, this is not his first time. He's been the Ghost Rider for a while now. But getting back to the fight where Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze is about to kill off the Vice President Ghost Rider. And you have S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers step in and blow him away with their weapons and stuff. Then they try to attack the other Ghost Rider to only end up being blown away as well by the Vice President Ghost Rider. But you have Tyrone Cash step in and we see him riding one of the Ghost Rider's bikes, which is honestly pretty cool to see. But this leads into another round of Tyrone Cash fighting against the Vice President Ghost Rider, where this fight is wrapped up very quickly because even though Tyrone Cash is classified as a Hulk, he is still not strong enough to stop a Ghost Rider. And so you have the Vice President Ghost Rider getting ready to kill Tyrone Cash, but Tyrone is saved by Johnny Blaze. Now you have Johnny Blaze take the Vice President into a nearby church. Remember, anything that has to do with God is a weakness for them when they're in their Ghost Rider form. And so they are quickly turned into their regular human form and begin to do battle between each other in the church, where at first it seemed like the Vice President was about to be killed by Johnny Blaze finally, only for us to see Johnny start to lose the battle and now he's about to be killed off by the Vice President. Luckily for him, the Punisher was there to shoot the Vice President away. Now the first shot was only in the shoulder, but of course you have the Punisher actually shoot the Vice President in the head as well, and so he is now killed off. But this leads into the Punisher talking about killing off Johnny as well, except Johnny reminds the Punisher that they are the same kind of person, meaning that they both lost their loved ones to an evil person, and so the Punisher let the Ghost Rider leave. Now you have Hawkeye ask the Punisher where in the world is Johnny Blaze at, and he tells Hawkeye that he let him go. Hawkeye is angry because their mission was to kill off Johnny Blaze or at least bring him in. And you have the Punisher tell him that he is doing a good thing killing off bad people. That part right there makes the Punisher, Hawkeye, and Ghost Rider alike. They all lost their family because of bad people. And they all turned to people who have been on a warpath to get rid of bad people. And so you have the Punisher ask Hawkeye to help him escape as well. He wants to know where the obedient chip is at. They put inside the Punisher, and Hawkeye punches the Punisher right in the face. The story closes on a few things happening, which the first is that we get an update on what is going to happen to Ghost Rider, where he and Mephisto are making a deal that as long as Ghost Rider brings souls to Mephisto, then Roxanne will stay alive, because in their last deal, when Johnny Blaze became Ghost Rider, part of the deal was that Mephisto will bring Roxanne back to life. So as long as Johnny Blaze keeps bringing souls to Mephisto, then Roxanne can stay alive again. Then we jump back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, where you have Nick Fury yelling at Hawkeye for punching the Punisher in the face, because the obedient disc was put in the Punisher's third tooth on the left side. And so with the obedient disc gone, the Punisher was able to escape and go on with his life as the Punisher again. And so the story ends on that note, where the team really did not win anything at all, except them getting Tyrone Cash on their team. And this Alright, so this is the book where Brian Michael Bendis put a lot of stuff in here for just a 6-part storyline. To me, honestly, he should have cut out some things. For example, we get the return of Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew. In this universe, she is the clone of Peter Parker, and the reason why we pick up with her is because she is going after the Bombshells, this villain mother and daughter duo we met in Volume 1 of this current Ultimate Spider-Man run. Except in the middle of the fight, you have the Human Torch appear, and this is Brian Michael Bendis building off of Ultimate Spider-Man number 129, which was the first time these two heroes met each other and the Human Torch started to crush on Jessica Drew. Now, after they beat the Bombshells, you have Spider-Woman leave because she does not want anything to do with the Human Torch, except the Human Torch follows her and asks why she is giving him the cold shoulder. And we know because to her, it is weird to be with him because he's best friends with Peter Parker, but also the fact that she is the clone of Peter Parker. Now, she does not tell him that, but we see after a while, the Human Torch is able to get her to start liking him, and we can tell that maybe a kiss happened. We don't see a kiss, but we can only imagine that Human Torch and Spider-Woman did kiss. Then Brian Michael Bendis continues to give us some more random stuff in this first chapter, where we see Peter Parker arriving at school where he is confronted by Gwen Stacy. And for you guys who may have forgotten, Gwen Stacy and Peter are now dating, but we see her take Peter into the bathroom, where we see Mary Jane, Kitty Pryde, and Gwen Stacy about to give Peter a haircut. Which they do, and of course his hair is no longer the long hairstyle we have been seeing for a while. Again, it is another random thing in this book. We then jump over to the home of the Parkers, where Johnny Storm is telling everyone about how he is in love and thanks to someone from Spider-Man's life. And this is a little bit funny because Peter starts naming all of the women he has met as Spider-Woman, and it makes Gwen Stacy mad. Except then, Johnny tells Peter it is Spider-Woman, and Peter begins to freak out because Spider-Woman is from that horrible night with all of the clones of him, plus there was a clone of his father that night too. And so I'm guessing the thought of Johnny Storm kissing his clone really does bothers him. But to close on chapter 1 of this book, we jump forward a day and we pick up with all of the teen characters in school, where it does seem like this is going to be a normal day for everyone, except that is when the FBI walks in to arrest Kitty Pryde, because remember, at this point in Ultimate Marvel, being a mutant is illegal. Now, at the beginning of this run, we learn that she has some kind of deal made where she gets a pass unlike the other mutants. But for some reason, that pass is now gone and she is being arrested. Now, of course, this starts a whole commotion in the classroom. Everyone is wondering what is going to happen. But then you have Kong punch one of the agents. Remember, before Ultimatum, Kong and Kitty began to date, but that stopped right after Ultimatum. Now, with that happening, the other agents do grab Kong, but you have Kitty tell them to let him go so she can talk to him. Except we see her use her powers to escape with Kong instead. And so now Kitty Pryde and Kong are now outlaws. Now I'm going to skip over the school principal part because really it is him telling every parent at the school meeting that he quits. Also a rant on how he feels about all mutants being treated wrong because of one mutant's mistake. That is really it, but it was kind of a cool moment in the book. What is really important is that Spider-Man, Iceman, and the Human Torch put on their hero costumes and go to the home of Kitty Pryde to see if she is there, only to see that her house is surrounded by a bunch of different news channel crew. Except that is when the Shroud appears blowing up one of the vans there. Now we know the Shroud is Kitty Pryde, except Spider-Man and the others do not know that yet. But they figure it out very quickly when Spider-Man goes to attack the Shroud and he phases through her, letting them know that it is Kitty Pryde, that Kitty Pryde is the Shroud. This is where we see Spider-Man and the others try to stop Kitty Pryde, except she has been training to use her powers in different ways. She's able to make herself very durable to the point that when she hits one of the guys, she sends them flying. But she is upset because at the school, none of the guys helped her with the FBI agents. Now we know why they did not help her, because if the guys did, it would blow their cover on who they are. But she does not understand that, and she leaves again by using her powers to phase underground. But to close on chapter 2 of this book, we see Mary Jane at the school looking at the video that she recorded when Kitty Pryde was about to be arrested, and she is wondering what she should do with the tape. But then the next day, you have Aunt May call another family meeting where you have Aunt May say that it may be best for the boys to not be heroes for a short period of time, because right now there are too many eyes focusing on their school right now, thanks to Kitty Pryde. Now the boys at first tried their best to argue with Aunt May, but you have Peter agree with her on the fact that it's probably best for everyone for them not to be heroes at the moment. And this leads into Bobby Drake asking about getting a job, where it does transition us into seeing Peter and Bobby Drake both working at the fast food restaurant that Peter has been working at. But this is where we see Mary Jane appear, where she asks to talk to only Peter and Gwen Stacy privately. Now this is where Peter and Gwen find out that Mary Jane recorded Kitty Pryde when she almost got arrested back at the school, and she asked Peter and Gwen Stacy what should she do with this tape. Now Peter tells her that she should take this to the Daily Bugle as a way to help Kitty Pryde, but to show how the FBI are wrong on how they handle the situation. A bunch of men with guns rushed into a school full of children to arrest a mutant. Yeah, that does not look good for the FBI. And this is the first time we see the Daily Bugle Post Ultimatum, and we learn they have gone digital now. Remember, in the middle of Ultimatum, we learned that the paper is going to close soon. They couldn't sell because by these times people get their news on the internet, and so they had to change their ways. But you have Mary Jane and Peter meet up with Ben Urich, who we know that Ben Urich has been kind of a mentor to Peter at the paper, and so they have a close bond with each other. And we do see Mary Jane and Peter tell Ben everything about Kitty Pryde and Mary Jane's tape. But you also have Ben Urich kind of test Mary Jane to see if she is an honest reporter, except while they were going through the test, Peter saw Jonah and waves high at Jonah. But Jonah gives him a mug look, which makes Peter wonder what in the world is going on, and that is when Peter's spider sense goes off, telling him something is up, and so he goes after Jonah. And so he gets on the elevator and goes down to the lower level and runs into Jonah, where you have Jonah ask Peter, who in the world is he? Where Peter is confused because Jonah should know who he is. And that is when Jonah starts to attack him and tells us that this is not Jonah. And so you have Peter use his powers to try to fight back against this fake Jonah. Except that is when the fake Jonah uses a stun gun to knock out Peter. And this is where we learn that this is the first appearance of this universe, Ultimate Chameleon, where we see him take the appearance of Peter Parker and locks our Peter Parker in the trunk of a car and plans to live as Peter Parker to learn more about Peter. Because to the Chameleon, why did this random kid follow him and how was he that strong in their fight? And just like any story where the main character is replaced by a fake, the fake begins to mess up the original person's life. And so you have the Chameleon begin to do that while he's in a taxi car with Mary Jane. Where we know that Mary Jane and Peter Parker used to date, but Chameleon does not know that. And so you have the Chameleon basically make a move on Mary Jane, where she responds back to his move. And so we have a scene of them kissing, and to Mary Jane, this is Peter. Now when Mary Jane asks why he did that, the Chameleon says because he knew that she wanted to kiss, which makes Mary Jane mad and she gets out of the taxi car. This leads into the Chameleon going to the home of Peter Parker to learn more about who Peter is, where of course he runs into Bobby Drake, thinking that Bobby must be Peter's brother. And then Aunt May appears, which confuses Chameleon even more because how old she looks. Then you have Johnny Storm appear as well. And so to the Chameleon, he is really confused on what is going on in this household. But then he goes upstairs to Peter's room, which again is in the attic, to learn more about Peter, where of course he is trying to figure out Peter's computer password to see if Peter may have some kind of secrets on his computer. Now, what really confuses the Chameleon was Gwen Stacy, because while he was on the phone explaining to his partner why he gave up on the Jonah mission to learn more about Peter Parker, that is when Gwen Stacy walks in and of course leads into them making out. And so Chameleon is wondering what in the world is going on. But to get rid of her so he can have some alone time, he basically tells Gwen Stacy that he made out with Mary Jane. And this makes Gwen Stacy mad because to her, this is Peter for one, but also she was trying to be friends with Mary Jane even though she stole her boyfriend from her. And so she leaves to get some fresh air. There is a scene the next day where Flash Thompson, the school bully, runs into the Chameleon thinking that it is Peter Parker, where of course Flash says some things that are kind of harsh, but you have the Chameleon begin to choke Flash and threaten him with his life if he does not back off. Now, the big thing about this chapter comes when the Chameleon runs into Mary Jane at the school, because of course the Chameleon just loves to make things worse for whoever he is pretending to be. And so he goes to talk to Mary Jane and kisses her again. The problem with him doing that is that this time he does it in front of the whole school, including Gwen Stacy, who is Peter Parker's current girlfriend. And this makes a whole scene with her leaving. And so of course, when he gets back home, Aunt May is yelling at the Chameleon thinking that this is Peter Parker. Honestly, makes everyone hate Peter Parker. Now to close on the 4th chapter of this book, we see the Chameleon go upstairs where he sees a trunk that is locked. And so you have him break it open, which does reveal that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And so now the Chameleon knows who Peter Parker is. And so of course you know what the Chameleon does when he finds out that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He goes around pretending to be Spider-Man. We'll really at first learn how he can pretend to be Spider-Man, because he does not have all the powers of Peter Parker. He only has the web shooters, and that is it. And so for the Chameleon, he is going to have to learn how to adapt to the fact that he does not have the powers of Peter Parker, which of course he will down the road. But we finally check up with the real Peter Parker, and we see that he is tied up in some kind of warehouse. He's not alone. We find out that he is with J. Jonah Jameson as well, which we kind of figure since the Chameleon first mission was based around something with Jonah. Now you have Jonah wake up and realize that Peter Parker is here, and of course he remembers him. But this is where we find out that Jonah knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Well, he figures it out when he starts to wonder why Peter is tied up with him. Because Jonah is somewhat famous and runs a big-time paper company or newspaper company. But why would they kidnap Peter Parker? And so he thinks back to all the times around Peter and this moment right here, and he realized that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. But getting back to Chameleon, we see him do what we thought he would do once he adapts to pretending to be Spider-Man without Peter's powers, which is him stealing from banks. And the police are confused about what is happening because remember that the city fell in love with Spider-Man after Ultimatum, and to see him out there being a bad guy is confusing them, but also making them think differently of Spider-Man. But the Chameleon is getting his money though. And we find out that the Chameleon is using MGH, which is mutant growth hormones, to give himself powers to help him pretend to be Spider-Man. We learn this when he calls up his partner who is watching the real Peter Parker and Jonah Jameson, where this person is watching Jonah figure out that Spider-Man is Peter Parker for himself. And we're going to learn a little bit more about the Chameleon here in a moment. But you have the Chameleon partner ask what they should do with Peter and Jonah. Chameleon tells his partner to get rid of Jonah, which of course means to kill him, but to keep Peter Parker because he is a gold mine for information. Now we learn that there are actually two people who have the powers of the Chameleon. They are a brother and sister combo, which is something new to do with the Chameleon character, and she has the same powers as her brother. The question is though, is she a mutant or is she someone who gained their powers through a science experiment? But getting back to the main point right now, the sister Chameleon was told by her brother to get rid of Jonah. And so you have her pull a gun out and actually shoot Jonah right in the head, making it seem like that he is dead now. But to close on chapter 5, we see Aunt May watching the news about Spider-Man robbing the bank. And she is watching with Johnny, Bobby, and Gwen Stacy. But this tells them that this is not Peter Parker. And so she tells Iceman and the Human Torch to go find the real Peter Parker. And so when we do get to chapter 6 of this story, we see the Chameleon once again pretending to be Spider-Man and doing more crazy stuff. Except this time you have the Human Torch and Iceman appear to stop him from continuing what he has been doing. And this leads into a fight between the two sides. But of course, you had the Chameleon try first to make it seem like he is really Peter Parker. But of course, they do not fall for it, and now the Chameleon is able to get away from the Human Torch and Iceman, but barely able to. And this requires him to change his plans completely. But picking back up with the real Peter Parker, who just watched Jonah get shot in the head, is now talking to the sister Chameleon. And she goes on to tell Peter Parker how they know everything about him. Well, like where he lives, how he teamed up with the Ultimates and the X-Men, how he is close with S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. And so she tells them that he needs to tell her everything she wants to know, or she's going to kill the people he cares for. Except that is when they hear a loud crash, wondering what in the world that was. That is when they find out it is the original Chameleon, the one we have been following this whole time, where he is right now trying to tell his sister to kill Peter Parker because their cover has been blown, and he just had a run-in with the Human Torch and Iceman just a moment ago. And they try to kill Peter off right there, but of course he breaks out of his binds very quickly. Of course, this leads into a fight between Peter and the two Chameleons in the middle of the warehouse. But with Peter Parker still being drugged earlier, he does get stopped again by them. Except the Human Torch and Iceman appear, and with them all working together, of course this leads into the defeat of both of the Chameleons. And so it was wrapped up very quickly. Now you also have Peter, the Human Torch, and Iceman realize that Jonah is still alive. And so you have the Human Torch leave to take Jonah to a nearby hospital, hoping to save his life. This leads into us learning that S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken the Chameleons into custody. And tell you the truth guys, we never see these guys ever again. This was the only time they appeared in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Now, we fast forward to also see Peter Parker getting back home finally. But of course, there has been a lot of damage done in his private life thanks to the Chameleon. And so now he has to deal with those issues. We also get one more page where we see Jonah is still alive. But now he knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, someone he was close to. Now, this is the end of today's video. Alright, so the first chapter of this story opens up with Spider-Woman. Remember, in this universe, she is a clone of Peter Parker, and we see her watching over the Roxxon building, mainly because the business Roxxon is a shady business, and she does not want them to make any kind of project like her because it is so wrong. Except while she is watching over the Roxxon building, the place begins to blow up, and then we see some kind of gooey monster appear around the building. Now, of course, you have Spider-Woman go in there and save all the scientists in the building. But she asked them, what kind of monster is this? Because she thinks they're the ones who created this monster. These Roxxon scientists tell her that they're not the ones who made this monster. Now, of course, once she saves everyone, the monster does disappear, leaving everyone wondering what kind of monster that was. We then pick up with Reed Richards for the first time post Ultimatum. And remember, at this point, the Fantastic Four team broke up. And so we don't have a Fantastic Four team right now. But after they broke up, Reed went back home to live with his family. And this is where Reed's computer goes off, detecting some kind of energy signature nearby him and his family. And so when there's a door knock on the door, Reed's father goes to answer it, but that is when the whole house blows up. We then pick up with Susan Storm, learning what she has been up to ever since the Fantastic Four team broke up. We see her right now using her powers to stay hidden because she was famous, and people always... Now we do see Ben Grimm arrive, and this is Brian Michael Bendis building off on what happened before Ultimatum. What I mean is that when Susan sees Ben, they have their usual conversation, except this leads into Ben Grimm telling Susan how he truly feels about her, stating that he truly likes her and wants to be with her. And this is coming off the kiss that happened before Ultimatum in a previous Ultimate Fantastic Four book. And since Susan is now single and barely talks to Reed, Ben Grimm thought to himself, hey, let's give us a try. Of course, you have Susan say nothing, and Ben takes that as a no. And so he leaves to go home, except that same monster that attacked Spider-Woman at the Roxxon building is now attacking the Baxter building. We then jump over to a random guy eating at a restaurant, which at first leaves you wondering, who is he? Because he says that the world thinks he is dead, that he is top of the government's top secret list. That is when this man is attacked out of nowhere by some creature. After the attack, we learn it is Nick Fury in disguise, because the world thinks he is dead. They have no idea that he is back. But we see that someone is trying to kill Nick Fury now as well. Now you have Brian Michael Bendis bring in Spider-Man and the Human Torch as well, where at this point the Human Torch lives with Spider-Man. But right now they're just going around town as heroes until they see all the explosions from Nick Fury fighting this crazy creature. And so of course you have the two jump in and try to stop this creature from killing Nick Fury. And this is a huge moment for Spider-Man, because Spider-Man did not know that Nick Fury was back. But most of the other heroes already knew that. And so for Spider-Man, this is a very big thing to see the return of Nick Fury. And they do defeat the monster very quickly as well. But before they are able to continue the conversation, that is when the Human Torch sees the Baxter building is still being attacked by some gooey monster from earlier. And so while the Human Torch is flying over to the Baxter building, we see Ben Grimm is still trying to get to Susan because she was trapped inside the Baxter building when this gooey monster began to attack. Where of course you have Johnny Storm appear to find his sister because they have been apart for a while, and she is his last surviving family member at the moment. But this leads to Susan using her powers as a way to cut off a piece of the monster, but as soon as she did it, it stopped. Of course, Johnny is confused about what is going on, where you have Susan tell him she does not know anything either, except the fact that they know that the Baxter building is gone. And the only person who may be able to help her figure out what is going on is Reed Richards. But picking back up with Spider-Woman again, we see her go back to her apartment to finally get some rest and see what the news is saying about the Roxxon building being attacked by some monster. That is where she sees the reports of the other two incidents in the city, which was Nick Fury being attacked and also the Baxter building as well. And so she is wondering what is happening, except that is when she is attacked by the same monster who attacked Nick Fury in her own home. She is able to get away, but now the question is, why would this monster be after Spider-Woman as well? It does not add up. But then we pick up with the Human Torch, Susan Storm, and Ben Grimm, who are going to the home of the Richards to find Reed for help to figure out what kind of monster this is. Except when they get there, they get the news that there was some kind of explosion and everyone who was in the house is dead. And so Reed Richards is now dead and his family is as well. Now Spider-Man finds out that no one knew Reed and his family lived here, only the government did. And so he realized that if someone went after Reed and his family, then Aunt May, Bobby Drake, and Gwen Stacy could be next. And so you have him try to call Aunt May to tell her to get out of the house. But of course, when he's calling her, we do see that something is about to attack the home of the Parkers. But before we can see what happens to Aunt May, Bobby Drake, and Gwen Stacy, we actually skip over to the Triskelion, the home base of S.H.I.E.L.D., where you have Carol Danvers trying to figure out what is going on, because she's just now getting reports about Nick Fury, the Baxter Building, Roxxon, and now Reed Richards. Remember, she is now the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., well, has been for a while. But after she alerts all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents about what is happening, we see her go to the bathroom to catch a breather, because this is too much to handle. She had to handle huge problems left and right. And this is another event happening only months after Ultimatum. Except when she goes to the bathroom to catch a breather, she is confronted by Nick Fury, where we see him pull a gun on her because he thinks that she was the one who sent that creature after him. Because again, hardly anyone knows that Nick Fury is back in this universe, where she tells him it was not her and tries to make him think on the fact of why would she send somebody to kill him off, because she would not achieve anything except the fact that he would finally leave her alone. The story shifts over to Aunt May, Bobby Drake, and Gwen Stacy getting that call from Spider-Man about getting out of the house before they are attacked. Right when he calls, of course, the same creature that attacked Spider-Woman and Nick Fury came back to attack the home of the Parkers. Luckily, Bobby Drake is there, and we see him actually use his powers to defend the house, Aunt May and Gwen Stacy. Now, in the middle of the fight, we get a one-page that shows us that Carol Danvers and Nick Fury are alerted by a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent about what is happening at the home of the Parkers. And so S.H.I.E.L.D. is now going to get involved in that fight as well. But this gives us a few more pages of Iceman fighting this creature, and honestly I like this moment a lot for Bobby Drake, because this is a small moment where he's put in the spotlight. Bobby Drake has been around for a long time in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, but has not really had a moment where he's put on the spotlight and doing something freaking amazing. And so seeing him taking on this creature by himself is a big moment here, except of course this creature is too strong for him to handle. That is when Ben Grimm comes in and attacks the monster, letting us know that the other heroes we have seen so far except Spider-Woman has arrived. Now in a quick two-pager, we see Ben Grimm try to fight against the creature, but this creature knocks him away flying. But while Ben Grimm lands, he sees pieces of him falling off. And this was something that was started in an earlier book in the Ultimate Fantastic Four run, except it was only one piece that fell off Ben Grimm back then. Now we're seeing a bunch of pieces falling off of Ben Grimm, and he starts to glow as well. Except the other heroes don't see it because they're too busy trying to fight against this creature, where Susan Storm is upset with the fact that Reed is now dead and could be this creature's fault. Also the fact that Spider-Man and the Human Torch are mad because this creature was attacking the home of the Parkers. And so you have the heroes fight against this creature. You even have S.H.I.E.L.D. jump in as well to help the heroes take down this thing. Supposed to be this epic team-up battle in the middle of Queens of New York, where all these innocent people can see. But it does get to a point where Susan Storm can hold this creature in one of her invisible shields. After the fight is all done, you have Spider-Man tell the rest of the group that something is happening to Ben Grimm, where we see that glowing light from inside of him is getting bigger because more pieces of him had fell off. And so this is showing that something big is about to happen to Ben Grimm, possibly in the near future. Now, Brian Michael Bendis puts Ben Grimm on the back burner for now, because we only see a couple pages of everyone freaking out about Ben, except we see him pass out after that, leaving us wondering what happened to him after that moment. But we do have a time jump where we see S.H.I.E.L.D. is now holding onto this creature, hoping to learn more about him and why he is here. Of course, you have Carol Danvers and S.H.I.E.L.D. try to interrogate the guy, hoping to gather some information, except the alien is not saying anything. And so Carol Danvers calls in Nick Fury because she knows he'll be able to get some kind of information out of this creature. Now, Brian Michael Bendis does give us a brief update with Ben Grimm. We see right now that he is in some kind of container that's running a test on him to figure out what is wrong with him. Except this moment right here is more of Susan Storm telling Ben Grimm, while he is unconscious, that she may have feelings for him. The reason why she didn't say anything earlier is because she needed time to process the fact that Ben Grimm, who was the best friend to Reed Richards, actually likes her and wants to be with her. And so now we know she does have feelings for Ben Grimm. But then out of nowhere, something begins to happen to Ben Grimm. He starts to glow again. But getting back to Nick Fury trying to get information out of the alien, we see that he is unable to get anything out of the alien. And so this leads into S.H.I.E.L.D. calling in Hawkeye, because apparently Hawkeye truly knows how to torture someone to get information out of that person, which only takes a matter of seconds, and we can see that Hawkeye is doing some real damage to this alien. Now we do get to jump over to Spider-Man to see how he, the Human Torch, Iceman, Gwen Stacy, and Aunt May are doing after their home was attacked by that creature. We see that Spider-Man is once again taking full responsibility for what had happened, even though he is truly innocent for what happened. And so you have him tell Aunt May and the others to leave and get a hotel until he knows that it's safe for them to come back home. And so he leaves to figure out if he can truly even help with the situation that is currently happening. We even see that Spider-Woman sees him swinging away and she begins to follow him as well. This is where we pick up with Hawkeye being able to get some information out of the alien, where he says that he's the creation of the Creator, and right after he says that, he begins to say that the Earth Society does not work. Whoever he is working for wants to wipe the world out and bring in a new one. And so the gooey monster that we saw earlier that attacked Roxxon the Baxter building begins to come out of the monster, where S.H.I.E.L.D. has to rush out because the Triskelion, of course, also blows up because of this gooey monster. But to close on this story, we go back over to Ben Grimm to see what is happening to him. Where we see him right now, he is glowing again, but more pieces are falling off of him. Where after there's a small explosion in the building, we see that every piece of rock that made Ben Grimm the Thing fell off of Ben Grimm, and now he is this glowing creature, where the story ends on that note. And we have to wait until we pick up with Ultimate Mystery next week to figure out. Now, Brian Michael Bendis begins the second story of this trilogy with us going to Project Pegasus. Remember that this is the place where artifacts that the American government found over the years that they know about or do not know about are stored at. Where we pick up with Wendell Vaughn, who was the one in charge of the place, is meeting up with Philip Dawson. Now, if you have been following along with my Ultimate Marvel videos, then you know that this is the Captain Marvel in this universe, where he works for S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason why Captain Marvel is here is because S.H.I.E.L.D. sent him over to protect the place because of the recent attacks in our previous video. Also the fact that this place has been broken into so many times, it is not even funny anymore. Now we pick up with Spider-Man. At the end of our last video, we saw him leaving the home of the Parkers to figure out who may be behind all of the recent attacks. Now he is confronted by Spider-Woman, who again in this universe is the clone of Peter Parker. But long story short, she tells him about how she was attacked and she feels like the recent attacks on the Baxter building and the Roxxon building is connected to that monster who attacked the heroes in our last video. But she thinks that Roxxon actually has something to do with it. And so her plan is to figure out if it is true that Roxxon is actually behind all of the recent attacks. We didn't get a splash page of the Thing fighting against the Fantastic Four, but this should tell you that none of this is real, mainly because Reed is there, and Reed supposedly died in our last video. That is when we see Susan Storm wake up, meaning that the last page was part of her dream. But you have her greeted by Ben Grimm, except we see that right now he looks normal again. He looks like he used to before the incident that made him the Thing. Now we also see that he can transform into this purple glowing form, and really, from what I gathered, he has the same abilities as he did before he turned into the Thing, but also the fact that he's now more agile, but the Thing is back to normal. And before him and the last two members of the Fantastic Four are able to celebrate this new form, that's when you have Carol Danvers and Nick Fury tell the three of them that they have been recruited to help figure out what's going on with these recent attacks. Now, getting back over to Captain Marvel and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at Project Pegasus, we see them talking about why Captain Marvel is there, except that is when the alarm goes off, letting them know that something is coming. And so you have Captain Marvel run outside to face whatever is coming. And when he does get outside, he runs into Rick Jones, the guy who the Watchers of this universe gave powers to, because he was chosen to one day lead the Earth in the right direction, to protect the Earth. But he says he came back because the Watchers told him to come back to Earth. Before we can learn more on what Rick Jones is talking about, we actually pick up with Jessica Drew, aka Spider-Woman, as we come to find out that she's going to infiltrate Roxxon by pretending to be someone known as Julia Carpenter. And if you know that name, that is the name of the second Spider-Woman in the main Marvel universe. But we see Jessica using that name as a way to get into Roxxon, where she tells them that she used to work for the Baxter Building. And remember that in this universe, the Baxter Building was a think tank. The smartest children in the country went there to make weapons for the army. And so this Roxxon guy thinks that Jessica Drew is super smart and she gets hired. But getting back over to Captain Marvel and Rick Jones, we see that they are still discussing this whole Rick Jones was sent here to help protect the Earth by the Watchers. Now, Captain Marvel is confused because he never heard of the Watchers before. And the fact that there is a race out there giving people powers is kind of strange to him. Except in the middle of their conversation, that is when we see that something is taking over Captain Marvel's from the inside, which out of nowhere he turns into this horrible looking monster and begins to attack Rick Jones and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that were in the area. But you have Brian Michael Bendis take us over to Johnny Storm, Sue Storm, and Ben Grimm at the Baxter Building. Nick Fury is there as well, but in some kind of disguise to make him look like the main Marvel Universe Nick Fury. But they are there to see if they can find any clues that can help them figure out more about the monsters from our last video. Now, Susan Storm realized something that is weird about the monster, that it grew when it came into contact with something, but after a while it lost control of itself after it grew to a certain size. But before they are able to learn more about the monster, that is when you have Rick Jones and Captain Marvel appear in the room. And we see them crash land in the middle of the room, where you have everyone ask him why he is here and why he brought Captain Marvel here. He tells everyone that he was thinking about heroes and his powers brought him here, because the only heroes he knew about are these guys. But you have Ben Grimm step up and say he's going to take on Captain Marvel on himself to see what his new powers can do. But before we can get to the battle, we have to pick up with Jessica Drew again, where we see her basically meeting the Roxxon version of the think tank. Now, some of these characters are making their first appearance. Layla Miller, Misty Knight, Samuel Stern, and Armin Zola III. The only character we have seen before is actually Nathaniel Essex, who we know him as Mr. Sinister, but also Apocalypse as well in this universe. And we will learn why this think tank was put together later on in the story. Now, getting back over to the fight between the last three members of the Fantastic Four and Captain Marvel, we do get a lot of splash pages to tell us that, hey, this is one epic battle, and we have to see how epic this battle is. But at the end of the fight, you have Ben Grimm being able to take down Captain Marvel at the end of the battle. But after everyone has stopped to realize that the battle is over, that is when you have Nick Fury, the Human Torch, and Ben Grimm realize that Susan Storm is missing, and so is Rick Jones. Well, we do get one more page that shows us that Susan Storm and Rick Jones have been teleported back to the base of Project Pegasus, except this time we see that everyone there is dead now. Well, maybe not everyone, but there are a bunch of dead bodies. Now, they do see shadow figures that look like the figure of the monster from our last video. And so they're going to see if they can learn more on why these monsters are inside the base of Project Pegasus. But we jump over to Jessica Drew, who is with the Roxxon think tank group, where they are working together to figure out who's behind the attacks from our last video. Now, this is where things get rough for Spider-Woman, because as soon as they begin to talk about who could be behind the attacks, you have the group figure out that Spider-Woman lied to get a spot on the team, which makes them wonder who she really is and why she is here for. Now, getting back over to Susan Storm, who is at the base of Project Pegasus, she walks inside to see more monsters that look just like the monster from our last video that the heroes captured, except while she does use her powers to stay hidden from them, that is when she is noticed by their leader, and their leader is no other than Reed Richards, letting us know that he did not die in our last video like we thought he did. He is alive and well, and apparently he is the bad guy of this whole event. Now, out of nowhere, you have Brian Michael Bendis remind us that when Reed was young, he was always picked on. He showed us this by using the same pages we have seen from the first issue of Ultimate Fantastic Four #1, where he was being bullied and he was saved by Ben Grimm to show us even back then they were close friends. Really, Ben Grimm was his only friend. We also get a couple pages that we have seen before to show us that Reed Richards' home life was rough, where his mother would try to be there for him and love him, but his father would always verbally abuse him because Reed was not the son he wanted. He wanted a son who played football. And so he would always talk down to Reed whenever he had the chance to do it. But getting back to the present day, we see the Thing, the Human Torch, Nick Fury, and Carol Danvers are now interrogating Captain Marvel because they believe that he turned evil, but they don't know that something corrupted his system and made him go crazy. And he is trying to tell them that, hey, he's not a bad guy, but of course they are not listening to him. And they think that he turned evil and he is working with someone. Plus, at the end of the fight, Susan and Rick did disappear as well. Then we get another 2 pages that refer back to the events of Ultimate Power, that lovely storyline. If you do remember, the Squadron Supreme team came to the Ultimate Marvel universe because Reed sent a probe into their universe that caused some parasite to grow and slowly kill off their planet. Even though technically Nick Fury was at fault for that, at first they blamed Reed for it. Then we get another couple pages referring back to Ultimatum, the event that changed the Ultimate Marvel Universe, where Doctor Doom was the one who had fault for making Magneto go crazy and made him flood New York and cause other natural disasters. But Reed blames himself for everything in Ultimatum since technically it was his first experiment that made the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom. And so he is taking full responsibility for what happened. But then we jump back over to the present day, where we pick up with Spider-Woman in the Roxxon think tank, where you have them still questioning Spider-Woman and also figure out why Roxxon put all of them together for. Where some say they were put together to figure out if there is a mole in the company, but some even think that Roxxon could have been behind the attacks, even though we know that Reed Richards was the one behind the attacks. That is when we learn that really this group was put together to actually figure out if there was a mole in the group. The way we find out is because after they tell Spider-Woman that they believe that Roxxon could be behind the attacks, she tries to escape, but she is captured by Samuel Stern, who in this universe is some kind of Hulk monster, where in the main Marvel universe, he is the leader, a well-known enemy of the Hulk. But to close on this book, we actually pick up with the Human Torch, Nick Fury, Carol Danvers, and Ben Grimm, still beating up on Captain Marvel to figure out where is Susan Storm. But that is when you have Susan Storm walk in and tell the others that she knows who's behind all the attacks, where of course she tells them that it is Reed Richards. And he told her back then that he is not done yet. But we see that she was badly injured from that fight against him earlier. And this is where we are going to end today's video. Now, the way Ultimate Doom opens up is by letting us see the fight between Reed Richards and Susan Storm, because she found out that it was him behind all of the attacks. Susan cannot believe that Reed would do something like this, but you have Reed tell her that he changed after they broke up. Reed even continues on to say that when he was dating Susan, that she was kind of holding him back from making so many different scientific discoveries. Now, Susan is hearing all of this and thinking that Reed has gone crazy and thinks maybe she can help him in a way, but Reed has switched sides now. And this leads to Susan actually trying to fight against Reed, using her powers in different ways, hoping that maybe she'll be able to stop Reed by herself. Now remember that Rick Jones, who's supposed to be this big time protector, is there as well, but he's too scared to help Susan. Now getting back over to the fight between Susan and Reed, we watch Susan try different things to bring Reed down, but she can't do anything at all. And Reed is actually kicking her butt because he has an army. And so Reed and his creatures are actually able to beat down on Susan. Now, Rick Jones does finally step in to help Susan out, but his way of helping out is by blowing up the place, which of course blows up the device that Reed and his creatures use to teleport into the place. And so it caused some mini black hole in a way where Reed and his creatures are sucked through the hole, while Rick Jones used his powers to teleport him and Susan right outside of the Triskelion, which leads into the end of our last video, with her telling them, the heroes, everything she found out, which was Reed Richards is a bad guy now. Now we pick up at the Roxxon Company building, where we see Jessica Drew, aka Spider-Woman, tied to some machine. Remember that she is the clone of Peter Parker in this universe. Long story short, she was captured in our last video because she was trying to pretend to be working for the Roxxon Company to gather information, because her and Spider-Man thought that they were the ones behind all the attacks in Ultimate Enemy. Except she got captured by Roxxon think tank. But right before we jump to the next page, we see that Doc Ock is there as well. Now, the first chapter actually closes with Susan being rushed into the hospital section of the Triskelion, hoping that the doctors will be able to save her life, where of course the door closes and you have the Human Torch upset because that is his sister who's on the verge of dying, it seems. And the problem is that the only lead the heroes have right now is Rick Jones, and he of course does not know where Reed is at. And after they figure that out, that is when they see the doctors are having a hard time saving the life of Susan Storm. Now this is where we get a couple pages of this flashback where Reed and Susan are having a picnic on top of a rooftop. But this is where we see Reed bring up the idea of how much he hates the world, how he is actually thinking about getting rid of this world for a new one in their image, where you have Susan kind of startled by what he said. But then he continues on about finding a dimension, and they could change that dimension into their own image as well. except this flashback ends to remind us that in the present day, Susan is on the verge of dying. That is when we see Susan's powers are going crazy and things in the room are being thrown all over the place. And you have Ben Grimm, the Human Torch, Nick Fury, Rick Jones, and Carol Danvers trying to calm her down, except of course she can't. But you didn't have Ben Grimm being able to break through her force field to calm her down to relax. Except right after he did that, you have her tell everyone in the room that they need to evacuate because Reed is going to attack the Triskelion again very soon. Now getting back over to Jessica Drew, who is right now being held hostage by Roxxon Think Tank and Doc Ock, we see that Doc Ock is thinking about doing more experiments on Jessica because he was the one who created her. Except you have Spider-Man come in and save the day. And this leads to him taking on both Doc Ock and Samuel Stearns, who's apparently the Roxxon version of the Hulk, but does not seem as strong as the Hulk. But you have Spider-Man being able to beat every single one of the bad guys in the room and get Jessica Drew out of the building to save her life. And this leads to a heartfelt moment where Jessica Drew is thankful for Peter saving her life from the man she hates, Doc Ock. And this is a big moment to see for these two characters because they have always been kind of distant from each other. But then you have the Roxxon building begin to be torn apart again by the same monster we saw in Ultimate Enemy. But the story shifts over to Susan Storm and the others, where we see that they have not left the Triskelion yet, even though earlier she told them they had to, except they are looking to see if S.H.I.E.L.D. was keeping tabs on Reed. Where Carol Danvers only has a small amount of information on Reed, you have Nick tell them the secret code to help them access the file on Reed and everything Reed was working on while being at the Baxter building, where they discover that Reed has found so many different dimensions. Now Susan wants to use a sample of Captain Marvel as a way to locate Reed in the right dimension, except that is when the Triskelion is attacked by Reed forces as well. Now the opening of chapter 3 actually let us know that there were other places that were attacked as well. A biomedical place in Seattle, Stark Industries, the base that used to belong to Dr. Doom. And then the book reminds us about the places that were attacked that we have seen in our past videos. But this is to show us that Reed is attacking places that are connected to him by being a hero or a scientist. It is only 3 splash pages, but this is to show us that Reed is attacking places for different key reasons. Now the next couple pages show us that Susan and the others were able to get out of the Triskelion just in time before it blew up. Then you have her use her powers to put everyone in force fields to protect them from drowning. They have to stay down there until they think it is clear to go back to the surface, because Reed could be looking to see if anyone survived the attack. Then they have Rick Jones use his powers again to be able to teleport everyone somewhere away from the Triskelion area. Well, of course, they are teleported to Project Pegasus. And for you new people to the channel, this was the place where S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government kept artifacts from over the years until Reed had basically stolen everything. Where they are greeted by Wendell Vaughn, the person who's in charge of Project Pegasus. And this leads to Susan asking him if there is a computer that she can use that is untraceable, where Wendell tells her that there is a hidden S.H.I.E.L.D. computer underneath Project Pegasus that not even Carol Danvers nor Nick Fury knew about. But then the story shifts back over to Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, where we see them actually trying to save the people of Roxxon from this second attack on the company, where you have them run into Doc Ock, and of course, you have Jessica want to leave him to die. But you have Spider-Man remind her that they are heroes. They don't kill or let someone die because of their feelings towards that person. Instead, they try to save everyone's life no matter what. Now, getting back over to Susan and the others, you have Susan using the computer to find out where Reed is at, where of course she's able to find out that Reed is right now in some kind of pocket dimension. Except the only problem is that she needs a sample from one of the many bio creatures to be able to take the heroes there. Well, you have Nick Fury tell her that there is an attack going on at the moment at Roxxon, and they want to send Rick Jones to go there and actually get a sample to bring back to Project Pegasus for the heroes to go after Reed Richards. This leads to the story going back over to Spider-Man and Spider-Woman as they do save Doc Ock, except right after they do, the monster actually begins to stop attacking and slowly disappears. You didn't have Rick Jones and the Human Torch come in and run into Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Doc Ock. Well, they are all brought up to speed on what is going on. And Rick Jones is able to get a sample of the monster to bring back to Susan. And this will lead us into the final chapter. This leads to a rushed conclusion of the story where we pick up in the area of the negative zone that was not discovered yet but was by Reed Richards, where we see Reed is working on his computer but he is greeted by Ben Grimm. This is big because Reed and Ben have been friends for so long, and for Ben to see Reed acting like this, he is hoping that Reed maybe had some kind of second evolution like he did that kicked in and hopefully made Reed go crazy. Except you have Reed tell Ben that he had not have no second evolution, that this is him. He just realized that the world needed to be changed for the better. And now Reed realized that Ben knew powers must gave Ben the ability to come here undetected. Except this leads to all the heroes, well, most of the heroes from the Ultimate Marvel Universe arriving here to finally stop Reed. I mean, the heroes we have been following have finally been able to bring in the Ultimates into this event to help out with taking down Reed and his army of creatures. I will admit, the artwork is beautiful to see, and we do get to see the heroes being able to do some damage here. But you have Spider-Man and Doc Ock work together to see if they are able to hack into the computer of Reed, hoping they can find a way to shut everything down that he has done so far. Except this leads into them talking about just teleporting the computer somewhere else, just not here, and that would help them finally defeat Reed. And so you have Rick Jones just do what he has been doing, which is teleporting all over the place. And so he teleports the computer somewhere else besides here in the negative zone. Sadly, Rick Jones teleports the computer of Reed, but also Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, and Doc Ock to Rick Jones' old elementary school, because it was all he could think of. This page is actually pretty important because this is where Captain Marvel and Doc Ock tell us, and Spider-Man, that the reason why Reed attacked the home of the Parkers is because Peter Parker is so smart that he actually rivals Reed's intelligence, and Peter was one of the many pieces that could have stopped Reed. This leads to the other heroes who are still in the negative zone, but you have Reed tell them that with his computer gone, this area is going to collapse and everything is going to disappear. Except you have the heroes actually get back on a helicarrier to get out of the zone. And you have Sue and Ben try to convince Reed to come with them, but you have Reed just give them a look and actually let the area of the negative zone fall apart around him, and he falls away into the unknown as the heroes leave the negative zone. We do get 2 one-pagers for the story. One being the fact that we see the heroes talking to each other about what great work they did. Except you have Nick Fury use some new power of his we never saw before, where he is able to disappear and make everyone forget that he was even there at the event. Then we learn that Spider-Woman has been recruited into joining S.H.I.E.L.D. for some unknown reason, and this will lead into her taking up a future role down the road. But you have her and Carol Danvers actually tell Doc Ock that he's going back to jail again. And to close on this video, we see Ben Grimm and Susan Storm actually outside thinking about everything that has happened since Ultimate Enemy, all the way up to now in this story. But you have Susan tell Ben that she actually does love him and wants to be with him actually, and they become a couple in this book right here. And that is the end of Ultimate Doom. But before the book closes, we see that Reed Richards is actually floating still in the negative zone. And guys, this is where we're going to So to get into this story, we actually pick up with Captain America, who seems to be locked up in some kind of prison. We don't know where or why he is locked up, but apparently he is locked up out of nowhere. Now we do see someone come in and tell us that they plan to kill off Captain America. Except that this person tells us that he had kept Captain America as a prisoner for a while and been trying to teach him lessons about something. Now when he sees Captain America starts to pray, he decides to not to kill him off just yet and throws him back in the cell to give him a few more minutes to pray to God. Now the story jumps back 6 weeks ago before we saw Captain America in that prison where we pick up in North Korea. This is where we learn that North Korea had created their own super soldier, which is huge because new international laws were made to say, hey, no one is allowed to make any more super soldiers. We also learned that North Korea was able to make their own super soldier thanks to this random man who is wearing a mask to make him more mysterious. Except right after North Korea was able to complete their test run on their brand new super soldier and thanking this mysterious man, we see that British soldiers have invaded the base to stop them from continuing with their project. It is a slaughterhouse for North Korea with the way the British soldiers are moving through the facility, shooting everyone there. Then we see that Captain America is actually leading the charge with the British soldiers, letting us know that the US are working with Great Britain to stop this experiment. But you have one of the soldiers tell us that Captain America is supposed to be wearing one of Great Britain's outfits so North Korea would not know that the US is involved in this. Captain America is somebody who wants his enemies to know that he was the one who did it. But while they're trying to find North Korea's super soldier, we see our mysterious character go down to the testing site, where we see him kill off North Korea's super soldier and make sure to set him on fire so Great Britain and the US can't trace it back to him. Now, of course, you have Captain America tell Great Britain to get a blood sample from North Korea's super soldier before it is all burned up while he chases down our mysterious character. This leads to Captain America getting outside, and we watch our mysterious character beaten down on Captain America instantly. Captain America is having a hard time laying a punch on this man. It gets to a point where this mysterious character was able to beat down on Captain America to the point where Captain America should be knocked out. Except he gets back up and throws his shield at the helicopter that our mysterious character was trying to use to get away. And this leads into a second fight between these two characters. This is where we find out who this mysterious character is because the blood sample was sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. through amazing technology, of course, where Carol Danvers and Hawkeye find out that it is Frank Simpson. That name should sound familiar to you because in the main Marvel universe, he is Nuke, and he was part of Weapon 7, I think, that was part of a bigger program called Weapon Plus to recreate the super soldier with someone else. And his origin is similar to his Ultimate Marvel Universe counterpart, and we're going to learn more about him in a minute. But while Frank is beating down on Captain America, you have Carol Danvers tell us that he was someone who received the super soldier serum but has been missing for years. And the first chapter ends with Captain America on the ground, knocked out cold. The story jumps forward about a couple weeks where we see Captain America waking up in a hospital, and he is greeted by Carol Danvers, where she tells Captain America that he is in France and has been out cold for a while. And you have Carol Danvers tell Captain America the origin of Frank Simpson. That after Steve Rogers had disappeared, the US was really trying to make a new super soldier, and so they found another candidate, which was of course Frank Simpson, except he came around the Vietnam War. And you have Carol Danvers tell Captain America that they knew in a way that Frank Simpson was not right in the head, but he loved America, and so they gave him the new version of the serum. But the new serum was not as powerful as the original, and so they had to do a bunch of surgeries to give him a bunch of enhancements to give him that edge. He was perfect to use in the war, but then he just walked away, and we learn why he did later on. And the reason why Carol Danvers is telling Captain America all of this because she wants Steve Rogers to go after Frank Simpson and bring him in. Now, they have to make it seem like Steve Rogers has gone rogue again and is trying to capture Frank Simpson. And so we get a page where he smacks Carol Danvers to make it seem like she tried to stop him, and then he jumps out of the window. And so you have Captain America go to Cambodia to begin his search for Frank Simpson, where he is going through the village looking for clues. He asks around the village about Frank and no one is telling him anything, but when he goes into the jungle, that is when he gets attacked by a bunch of people. These guys were used in a way to give us a couple pages of Captain America showing off his moves. Except, of course, he does beat everyone down and ask where he can find Frank Simpson, and they tell him that he can find him in another village down the road. Now, while Captain America is out in the jungle area trying to reach this second village, hoping to find Frank Simpson, that's when you have Captain America tell us that he can kind of understand that Frank Simpson's mind snapped with him being out in the war for so long, especially if you had to go through so much testing and surgeries first to become the new super soldier, but still believes that Frank Simpson is a traitor for leaving his country behind and now helping other countries to make super soldiers. Now, when Steve Rogers makes it to the second village, of course, he starts asking around for information about Frank Simpson, where you have him ask this older man who returns to tell him that Steve Rogers is not the first American to come here and give hints that they have killed the other ones off. Now, Steve Rogers tries the tough guy act, hoping to make the old man talk, but then the old man continues to say how mad he was at America when they used to drop bombs on his people. That is when Steve Rogers tries to walk away, but the old man grabs him. That is when we find out that the villagers of this village have the super soldier serum inside of them. This leads into the villagers just beginning the process of beating down on Captain America. It is too much for him to handle because all of these people have the super soldier serum inside of them, even the children as well. They are able to defeat him and leave him on the ground badly beaten. That is when Frank Simpson appears with a gun pointing at Steve Rogers and to show us that Steve Rogers is now captured. A couple hours have passed by, and we see that Steve Rogers is now all tied up and being forced to listen to Frank Simpson about why he left in the middle of the Vietnam War, where he tells Steve Rogers that he still loves America, but he hates the government system, that they made him and Steve Rogers to be bullies to change the world in their image, that the federal government has done more evil things rather than good things for the world. And he has seen it up close. He tells Steve that he never did anything wrong like hurting innocent people. He only did what they told him to do. His mind did not snap with him being out there. He actually realized how messed up America is. And so he begins the process to tell Captain America different stories on how bad America was in different areas in the world. This begins the process of multiple days where we see Frank Simpson torture Steve Rogers in different ways. But the goal is not just to torture him, it is also Frank Simpson telling him different stories about America being bullies to other countries. He is hoping with the different styles of torture and being told so many horrible things about America will make Steve Rogers want to quit and join his side. Except Steve Rogers is so committed to America that every time Frank thinks he broke Steve, Steve shows the complete opposite in that he is still committed to supporting America. And so Frank Simpson's plan is not working. After some days have passed, you have Frank Simpson do something different this time. We see him bring in 2 SHIELD agents, and this shows that with Captain America missing for so long, that SHIELD sent in a team to find Captain America. Except they were also captured, but Frank Simpson uses them to show that the American government is evil, that SHIELD sent these 2 agents in there to go kill Frank Simpson and every other villagers to save Steve Rogers. And so you have Frank Simpson kill both of these agents after the SHIELD agents tell him why they are there. This is where the story finally picks up where our video started off at, where we had seen Captain America locked away in prison, where he was beaten down by some mysterious person, and now we know it was Frank Simpson. Now, before this chapter closes, we see Frank Simpson go through the same thing he did in the beginning, where Frank Simpson lets Captain America pray to God in private. And when time was up, he would come back and kill Captain America off. Except this time we see that something is in Steve Rogers' cell that is going to help him escape. We come to find out that there was a snake inside the cell with Captain America. This is going to be used as a way for him to beat Frank Simpson and finally break out of this place. And so when Frank Simpson comes to kill Steve Rogers, we learn Steve sucked the venom out of the snake, held it in his mouth to the point when Frank walks in, he can spit the venom to burn the eyes of Frank Simpson. And this gives Steve Rogers the chance to break out of his binds and begin the process to beat down on Frank Simpson. Now, the next few pages are literally Captain America fighting against Frank Simpson, where they go blow to blow. It is really a pretty even fight between the 2 characters as they battle it out between each other. And so we do get to see them use different moves to help them get the edge in the fight. But long story short, and for the sake of the story, you have Captain America being able to defeat Frank Simpson. And something else to point out is that Captain America does not kill Frank Simpson. He lets him live, which is kind of interesting. But that is how Steve Rogers was able to defeat Frank Simpson in this book. Now, there are 2 more things that happen in this book. One of them being that we see Steve Rogers hanging out with Hawkeye in his apartment. They talk about what Steve went through, but he tells Hawkeye that it was thanks to God who sent that snake to help him get out of there. But then you have Hawkeye challenge that concept with the idea that they have been killing people and other horrible things for the sake of the world. Except that is not something God will like. And so what if the devil sent the snake because what the Ultimates and the Avengers are doing fall in line more with the devil? To close on this book, we see Steve Rogers go to the cell of Frank Simpson as a way to gloat for what he did, and begins to read the Bible to Frank Simpson, letting us know that Frank Simpson is alive, except Ultimate Marvel never used him again in any future stories at all. And so this is where we are going to end. So this is the first book where the spotlight is on the Ultimates after the big Ultimatum event, which honestly we learn right off the bat that they are back working with S.H.I.E.L.D. once again. This is huge because after Ultimates 2, the Ultimates told Nick Fury they are done working for him, except now they are working for S.H.I.E.L.D. again because Tony Stark was funding the team, but the dude is broke now, and so he cannot fund the team. But we do see some of the classic members of the team, which is Iron Man and of course Hawkeye as well. Except while they were talking, they got confronted by the new but not new superhero team called the Defenders. And this is going to cause us to backtrack back to Ultimates 2. Now, the Defenders were a group of people who wanted to be heroes. They had no powers, but they dressed up like they were heroes and took up some names to make it more believable. They were a bunch of nobodies that hung out with Hank Pym when Hank Pym left the Ultimates team temporarily. And so now the big question is, how in the world did these people get powers? Also, one more thing to point out is that Valkyrie, who is Thor's girlfriend, was part of this group, but then out of nowhere, she got powers as well. And we just never learned how she gained her powers. But of course, the rest of the new Ultimates arrive, which is Captain America, Valkyrie, and Zarda, who is a character from the Squadron Supreme universe. Now this leads into an all-out battle between the two teams, but of course, Valkyrie realizes that these are her old friends that she used to work with, except now seeing them with powers as well, and actually trying to hurt the Ultimates. Now, another thing to mention, the Defenders used to look up to the Ultimates as role models, and so seeing them attack the Ultimates is kind of a huge thing really. But this fight ends with the Defenders taking Mjolnir. That's really important because Valkyrie was holding on to that as a way to bring back the man she loves, which is Thor. Now, where is Thor? Well, Thor is down in Valhalla. And remember, in this universe, Valhalla is the afterlife for what seems to be not just for Asgardians, but also for regular humans as well, since Captain America was there in Ultimatum. But Thor gave up his life to let Captain America and Valkyrie stay alive. Now he made a deal with Hela that if he defeats Hela's army of the dead, then he can go back to Earth, which he has been fighting the army of dead ever since Ultimatum, and he still has not left yet. And Hela says if he gives her an offspring, then he can go back to Earth. But getting back over to the Ultimates, we see Tony talking to Carol Danvers about what happened with the Defenders. Also, we learned that apparently Shauna and Kazar have joined the Ultimates, and they were characters we have met in Ultimates 3, but used to live in the Savage Land, but now part of the Ultimates team. But the point of this section is that Tony Stark is upset with Carol Danvers, who is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., about not having updated information about the Defenders. Then she tells him how she has an inside man on the team, and it is Damian Hellstorm. So hopefully they can learn more how this team was able to get powers out of nowhere. Now fast forwarding over to Shauna and Kazar, we see that they are with the Black Panther, who apparently has rejoined the Ultimates as well. Again, not explaining why these three characters have rejoined, but while they're out enjoying a quiet night in the park, that is when you have Loki appear with an army of creatures from Asgard. Also, we get our first look of Enchantress in this universe as well. But we see that Earth is being invaded by Loki. And to wrap up the first chapter of this book, we also learn that Tony Stark and Carol Danvers are dating secretly because if word got out, well, the Ultimates will be highly upset with the idea of Tony Stark dating Carol Danvers. And while everyone is kind of busy with their own thing, you have Captain America actually interrogating Valkyrie because he knows that she was part of the Defenders team and asking how they got their powers. Now she says that her powers came when Hank Pym joined the team for that brief moment, but he gave everyone a shot to give them powers. Now Steve Rogers, thinks she is lying, which does lead into them fighting, but you have Valkyrie actually leave the building by flying out the window. Now Zarda appears and she tries to talk to Captain America, more trying to get him to like her a tad bit, but Steve Rogers does not like her, so he leaves the room. But right after he leaves the room, that is when you have Enchantress appear in the room and begin to do her usual magic stuff, kind of making people fall under her spell. And what about Shauna, Kazar, and the Black Panther, who are dealing with the invasion of Asgardian monsters? Well, we do get a cool splash page to see Shauna and Kazar are riding a dragon. Well, they are actually trying to kill the dragon, and Black Panther is doing his own thing, but they're all having fun in this big battle in the middle of the city. Now finally, the call about the invasion does get over to the Ultimates. Well, really it gets over to Hawkeye. He walks in to see Tony Stark and Carol Danvers just finishing their fun time, and he is angry about it. Hawkeye was the one person who did not want to rejoin S.H.I.E.L.D. at all, felt like they could not be trusted. Iron Man told Hawkeye that he would not let them be in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pocket, but seeing Carol and Tony makes him believe it was all a lie. But after Hawkeye was rude to Carol, she leaves, but she is confronted by Enchantress as well, who begins the same process again like she did with Zarda, putting Carol Danvers under her spell. Then Enchantress continues the process of getting people to fall under her control, where we see her go meet up with Valkyrie. This is where we learn how Valkyrie gained her powers. Well, really a hint that Valkyrie and the Defenders met with Loki and Enchantress, who gave them their powers, but there was a deal done, and now Loki is calling in his favor, and so we see Enchantress give Valkyrie a sword to take with her in battle. Now this leads into a big moment where we get a splash page to tell us that Iron Man, Captain America, and Hawkeye have joined the battle with Shauna, Kazar, and the Black Panther. But while they are battling, we see Loki state it is time to begin the big move. And so while you have most of the Ultimates out there trying to fight off this invasion, out of nowhere someone grabs Iron Man, but when they grab him, his armor begins to short circuit. That is when we learn that Zarda had joined Loki in his army, as she punches Iron Man right in the chest, slowly breaking his armor apart. Now Captain America sees what is happening, but he sees Valkyrie coming in and tells her to go help Tony, except she also had joined Loki's side, and she strikes at Captain America, which breaks his shield. And then she also knocks out Steve Rogers, and that leaves Hawkeye freaking out. But then out of nowhere, he is taken out as well. He is taken out by Carol Danvers, but shows her shooting at him as well. And we now see all three heroes knocked out by Carol Danvers, Zarda, and Valkyrie. Then we get these 3 pages that give us a quick rundown on the origin of Valkyrie, that she was a nobody, that she had to lie her way through life to get where she wanted to be at. But then she met up with the Defenders, who of course took in Hank Pym at the time as well, who lied to her about that he was able to give her the chance to meet other heroes. Of course, he was not able to do that for her, but then that led to her meeting Loki. And when he lied to her saying that his name was Gunnar Goldman of all names and he was a scientist, but he was the one who gave her and the rest of her friends their powers. But back in the present day, we see Zarda, Valkyrie, and Carol Danvers being escorted around like some kind of parade and showing off the bodies of the fallen Ultimates. But that is when you have Carol tell Hawkeye that she is not under the control of Enchantress, and that Shauna, Kazar, and the Black Panther are closing in to save all of them, which they do very quickly, and they are able to escape. We all knew that there was no way the Ultimates would not escape after being captured that easily. Then we get this moment that Hela is pregnant by Thor now, even though they only slept together like a chapter ago, but time moves differently in this realm, and so now she is holding the baby. but she tells Thor that if he wants to return to Earth, someone has to take his place. But picking back up with the Ultimates, they regroup back at their base. Iron Man is getting all patched up, but you have Carol Danvers explain how Enchantress magic did not work on her because she had some special contacts in that were able to block the spell in a way. The point is that having all of the Ultimates get patched up and get ready to go back out there on the field, we do get this cool page of everyone together, and it would have been a great cover for one of the issues, but the team does go back out there after recovering from being beaten up badly by Loki and his army. And so we pick up with the Ultimates rushing back into battle using guns, arrows, and anything else that can help them in this battle against Loki and his army of Asgardians monsters. But then you have Hawkeye shoot one arrow that goes straight for Enchantress, and this is very important, and the reason why is because this lifts her spell off Zarda and Valkyrie. But this leads into a bigger problem. You have Valkyrie try to attack Loki on her own, hoping to end all of this, but Loki ends up grabbing her sword and stabbing her instead. And this is very important because remember what Hela told Thor, that if Thor wants to return to Earth, someone has to take his place in Valhalla. And so now with Valkyrie being killed off by Loki, Thor was able to come back, except there is a small problem. Thor knows that Valkyrie was killed and has taken his place, and this man is not happy about the death of his girlfriend. Let me explain how angry Thor is, because you have Thor go down to see the body of Valkyrie, where you have Captain America trying to talk to Thor, being a friend, trying to be there for him over the death of his girlfriend. And Thor is so angry about what just happened that he sends Captain America flying away. Luckily that Iron Man was nearby to catch Steve Rogers, except this is to show that Thor is about to go on a rampage. Well, not really about to, because really Thor is already on a rampage looking for his brother. He knows that Loki was the one who did all of this that led up to the death of Valkyrie. And so you have him looking for Loki, but Loki is hiding, of course. But that is when Enchantress wakes up after being stabbed, where we see that she was down with Loki's plan on attacking Earth, but not down with playing with the hearts of Thor, which of course led to the death of Valkyrie. And so she dips out, leaving Loki on his own. Now focusing on Zarda for a tad bit, we see her upset with the fact that Enchantress had her under her spell. And so you have Zarda go look for Enchantress. And that is when you have Loki make Thor look like Enchantress, where of course you have Zarda attack Thor thinking she's attacking Enchantress, but ends up getting beat down by Thor. And you have Iron Man fire a blast to stop Thor from beating down on Zarda. And this is probably the worst move this universe Tony Stark can ever make, because he actually tries to take Thor on by himself. But this is Thor, who has been classified as the most powerful person on the team. He takes out Iron Man by taking him into the sky and hitting him with a lightning bolt. And so there goes Iron Man being useless and stopping Thor. But we gotta jump back to Valhalla, because we are not done with Valkyrie just yet, because we learn, and so does Valkyrie, that with Loki making her take up the mantle of Valkyrie, and with her dying, she can finally live up to the name, because Valkyries are supposed to lead souls to the realm of the dead, which of course is Valhalla, but this is her becoming a true Valkyrie. Now Thor thinks he found Loki, but in reality he found a Loki just hanging around looking like the classic Marvel version of Loki. But the real Loki is actually talking to the Ultimates about the origin of Thor, how a long time ago in Asgard there were some problems between Asgard and the Frost Giants, except Thor, who could not control his anger, went over to the Frost Giants to make things better. he wiped out the frost giants, or maybe a large amount of them. And so Odin sent Thor to Earth and took away his anger as a way to make sure that his anger does not end up destroying the Earth as well, like he did to the frost giants. But with Thor being with Hela for so long, fighting her army of the dead, Thor's mind has snapped. And now he is back to what he was when he was in Asgard, a mad god who is now on a rampage. But we get another flashback, and this one is kind of important because we see Loki and Thor as kids, and they were just playing around with swords. But then they both saw Hela. Apparently, you're not supposed to look at Hela, but of course, Thor does, and something about looking at her did something to him. Now, back in the present day, you have Thor going crazy still, and the Ultimates are wondering what in the world they can do to stop Thor. You have Iron Man run off thinking that he has a plan that could stop Thor. He tells the rest of the team to basically hold Thor off while he goes get this powerful weapon that could stop Thor. And Zarda tries first, and then the rest of the Ultimates jump in to help out, but of course Thor just beats everyone down very quickly. That is when we see Iron Man introduce this universe version of the Hulkbuster armor, but going to use it of course on Thor. Now I just want to point out that almost any time in any universe where Tony Stark tries to use a Hulkbuster armor on someone, it never works. And of course, once again, it does not work. And you have Thor actually just beat down on Tony a second time. But you have Tony talk to Thor, where he asks if this is the kind of person that Thor wanted to be. Is this what you died for? Is this what Valkyrie died for? And that made Thor stop right in his tracks and realize that he gone and messed up. But now it's time to wrap everything up, with Loki thinking that he is going to kill Thor with Thor's own hammer. But no, at the very last second we see someone stab Loki. We learn it is Valkyrie. She does get her shining moment in this book to stop Loki before he kills his own brother. And this is where she tells Thor that yes, she is dead, but now she is working for Hela, that she will no longer be around, but asks Thor to work with mankind again as she leaves to go back to Hela with the dead body of Loki. Then we get a few pages of the team basically starting all over again. What do I mean by that? Well, Kazar, Shauna, and the Black Panther all leave for Hollywood because Kazar, Shauna got a movie coming out. And Zarda also leaves to go back home to the Squadron Supreme universe. And so now the Ultimates have lost 4 members after losing Valkyrie in the big battle. Oh yeah, Thor was able to repair the shield of Captain America. But then we get one page where we see Loki with Hela. But while being down there in Valhalla, well, he runs into his nephew, the son of Thor, whose name is Modi, I think it's Modi, Thor's son, and we will see him in future books down the road. Finally, we see that Hawkeye is going to stay with the team and was able to repair the relationship between him and Iron Man. And so now the team is down to the original team again, which is Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and Hawkeye. Then you have the Ultimates go after the Defenders to get revenge, but also to bring them in for S.H.I.E.L.D. to lock them up. And that is it. So the way this book opens up, we see the North Stones. The North Stones are going to play a very important role in this book, and we will learn more about these stones later on. Except after turning the page, we are being introduced to Asgard as it is going through the Ragnarok event. For the ones out there who don't know what Ragnarok is, it is a thing in Norse mythology where Asgard and Asgardians are wiped out through the events of Ragnarok. except once it is all done, the gods are usually reborn. Except we see human soldiers who resemble World War II soldiers and the frost giants. And so the question is, how did these two were able to form an alliance? Now that took place in the past, but now picking up months before the present day, we pick up with James Braddock, who in this universe works for the British division of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he is greeted by his son Brian Braddock, where the two of them go downstairs and we get introduced to Donald Blake. Now this is a huge moment because in the main Marvel universe, Donald Blake and Thor were the same person, just two different personalities that Thor used, except in this universe, they are separate people because we see Donald Blake was brought here to figure out what is wrong with Thor, because Thor was brought to James for an experiment because he was the perfect person for the experiment. But something snapped where he thinks that he is actually a god. Something I want to point out is that when it came to Thor in this universe, people thought he was crazy since he was claiming that he was a god. But to the people of Earth, Norse mythology is not real. And so the big question was for a while, is Thor really a god or not? Even though he has proven it multiple times that he has some kind of connections to Asgard. But once he started proving it, some people of Earth did start believing that Thor is from Asgard, that Thor is a god. But getting back to the story, remember how we saw soldiers that looked like World War II soldiers in the flashback of Asgard falling? Well, they were, because we pick up with the German army in World War II era, where we get introduced to Baron Zemo, who is usually a villain for Captain America, but now being used for this Thor book, where we see him meeting up with Heinrich Himmler. I know I just butchered that name. Where he's making a request to take 100,000 soldiers because Baron Zemo somehow was able to get his hands on the Norse stones. Again, these stones are going to be very important for this story. Now remember how I said in the introduction of this video that we will be following Thor in 3 different times. And so we pick up with Thor when he is young, but we see him with his brother Loki before they became enemies. Also, we do get to meet Balder, the 3rd son of Odin, but I think he is the oldest one, and we see them fighting against some of the frost giants. We learn through Loki that the frost giants in the Asgardians have been in this never-ending war. That is something huge to talk about because remember, in the new Ultimate storyline, we heard a story from Loki about how the frost giants in the Asgardians had issues, and so this makes sense. But Loki wants this war to end, except you have Balder say that apparently Odin is making something that would help them end this war, where we actually see that Odin is working with other people in Asgard to make some kind of weapon. Now to close on the first chapter of this book, we pick back up in the World War II era, where we see Baron Zemo and his army had arrived at something he calls the access point, where apparently using 3 of the 24 stones gives you access to one of the different realms that ties into the World Tree. You have Baron Zemo tell his second in command that he will need to keep 3 of the stones for himself, but they're going to use 3 of the stones right now, which does open a portal for Baron Zemo to call in the Frost Giants. This is where we see how these two form an alliance that leads into them invading Asgard, that leads into Ragnarok. Now back in the time period that takes place months before the present day, you have Donald Blake tell the Braddocks that Thor is not crazy, that actually Thor's MRI scan shows that he is remembering everything about Asgard. It's more proof that Thor is not crazy. But jumping back over to the time period where Thor was still in Asgard, we learn the war finally did end between the Frost Giants and the Asgardians, where of course Asgard won the war. But this is where we see that they're having some kind of competition as a way to celebrate the big win. Now honestly, this fight really does seem like it is not important at all. but it is somewhat important. Because right after Baldur wins the competition, you have Thor be the one to announce the winner. Except when he does, he shows off the hammer that his father built. Of course, this hammer is Mjolnir, and shows everyone there at the competition grounds what the hammer can actually do. But jumping back over to the World War II era, we actually pick up with Baron Zemo talking to the leader of the Frost Giants, which is Mammoth. Now, Mammoth is confused on why Baron Zemo thinks men will be able to help the Giants take over Asgard. This is where you have Baron Zemo show that he is holding the North Stones in his possession, which does make all the Frost Giants realize that men could actually help them take over Asgard. Then we jump back to when Thor was young, but after the end of the Great War. This is a really important moment here, because you have Odin ask Thor what he knows about the North Stones, where Thor thinks the stones were powered by Asgard itself, except you have Odin tell Thor that is a lie. That basically Asgard itself has no powers, that all the power of Asgard is inside Odin. But Odin put pieces of his powers in the North Stones, Thor's hammer, and Thor himself as well, and tells Thor that when Ragnarok comes and everything dies, Thor's hammer and the stones will be able to live on to help Asgard restart after Ragnarok. But getting back to Thor being locked up and Donald Blake is trying to show the Broddocks that Thor is not crazy, you have James tell his son Brian that he wants to stop all of this. But this is where we learn from Brian that these two have been working on a project that involves Thor. Too much money has been spent to have the project shut down. And so they let Donald Blake work on Thor to help Thor remember who he is. What this project is, we'll learn later on. But jumping to the period of time where Asgard was around, we see Loki meeting up with the Frost Giants. The reason why is because just like Loki in the main Marvel universe, this Loki is a half Frost Giant, half Asgardian. We see Loki go visit his biological mother, who we learn she has not talked to Loki in over 100 years. There have been so many reasons why she has not talked to him, but Loki has been trying to get her to talk to him for once. And this is where you have her finally talk to Loki, but tells him to go grab the North Stones. But picking back up in the World War II era, we see two things happen here. The first is that the Frost Giants and Baron Zemo had agreed to work together because Baron Zemo has the North Stones. The question is still, how in the world did Baron Zemo get his hands on the North Stones? But before we are able to learn about that, we see Baron Zemo hand his second in command 3 of the stones to bring back here later on, as the rest of the army and the Frost Giants leave for Asgard. Now, as soon as they get there to Asgard, that is when they're confronted by Heimdall of this universe, getting our first look at him. But we see him trying to protect the path to Asgard from Baron Zemo and the Frost Giants, where first the Giants are struggling to kill off Heimdall, but then out of nowhere an arrow appears, shooting him right in the eye. This is where we learn that Baron Zemo is actually Loki pretending to be someone else for his big plans, which tells us that he's the one who brings Ragnarok to Asgard's front door. But after the death of Heimdall, this leads into the North Stones being given to certain members of the Nazi army. Also the fact that those same men who retrieved the North Stones also had drunk the blood of Heimdall as a way to power up. This leads right into the beginning part of the video where we saw the beginning of Ragnarok. Of course, Odin and Thor hear what is happening outside. Odin tells us that he knew this was coming, and he knew it would be Loki. Now their goal for them is to get back at Loki for what he did, and we learn what Loki did here in a few seconds. And so the story jumps back a couple years ago, where we learn what Loki did, which of course the story jumps back to us seeing Loki walking into the room of Odin, where he takes the North Stones, but you have Balder walk in, the older brother of Loki and Thor. Except when he walked in on Loki, Loki got scared by his greeting that Loki shot arrows that badly injured Balder. Now this is where you have Balder tell Loki that Odin gave Balder an ability as well, which was being able to see in the future, that he knew Loki was one day was going to do this. Balder was going to be killed and Loki will be the one to bring Ragnarok to Asgard. Then you see Loki kill his brother Balder off. And so this was something that was going to happen for years, and Balder knew about it. And so when we do go back in time, when Ragnarok is happening, we see everything is falling apart for Asgard. This is truly the end, but you have some of the Asgardians tell Thor to retreat back to Odin, and hopefully they can escape so that Asgard can live on with them. But this is Loki truly bringing the end to his people. But getting back to the time where we see Thor is locked up, the Brodocks are trying to see if Thor is crazy or he is actually a god. But we see Brian Broddock talking to Thor about this project. Again, we do not know what this project is, and even though Donald Blake has proven multiple times that Thor is the god of thunder reborn into this world, Brian's still having some doubts, but he wants Thor to give his word that when they give him this project, he will do right with the power that's given to him. This leads us back to the moments of Ragnarok, where we see Thor is making it back to his father, but he is shot by an arrow. And so you have Odin take Thor's place in the fight against Loki, where of course Odin does overpower Loki very quickly. But we see that Odin is putting Loki into the room with no doors, which is inside the World Tree. This realm where there is no way out unless Odin is the one to pull you out, or if someone else used an item to get you out of there. And so Loki was supposed to be trapped in there forever, except we know that Loki was not because of Ultimates 2 and New Ultimates, with him being around in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Now right after Odin does that to Loki, you had a story show us that Odin being killed off by the frost giant wolf, and so Odin dies right there and make it seem like all hope is lost now because Odin is dead. The World Tree is burning and most of the Asgardians are dead as well. Except you have Thor get angry, take Mjolnir, and go on a full-on rampage to take down the frost giants. Except after he does that, there is a big flash out of nowhere. But we learn that was the end of Ragnarok. Except the story jumps back into the time period where Thor is locked up, when we learn the true identity of Donald Blake. And we learn it is actually Balder reborn. Because remember, when it comes to Ragnarok, once all the gods are killed, they are reborn into new bodies. Thor and Balder reborn on Earth, and there is a good reason why. Odin plans to come back and take over both Earth and Asgard. For now, Thor and Balder have to protect Earth and get it ready for the return of Odin. But this is the section where we learn why Donald Blake is so big on the Brodocks not giving up on the project with Thor. This leads perfectly into Ultimates 1 and 2, where we saw Thor appear. He had different kind of weapon and these big circles on his chest. Well, we learn that the Brodocks made the hammer that Thor used in those stories, but the harness and the hammer were man-made to give Thor the abilities he had on Asgard, so he can have those powers here on Earth as well. And when I say this fit perfectly into the Ultimate story, you'll see what I mean here in a few seconds. Because we pick up with Captain America when he was found by S.H.I.E.L.D. And this tells us this is the beginning of the Ultimate story. With Captain America being found, it led to S.H.I.E.L.D. making their Ultimates program. But shortly after doing that, of course, that was when Thor popped up. and people want to know who was this Thor person. And Thor was not camera shy. He actually let the world know who he was and what his goals were. But you have Thor and Balder doing what they think is the right move, getting Earth ready for their father. And so you have Thor meet up with Nick Fury. And remember, back in Ultimates 1, when Nick first met Thor, they did not see eye to eye. That to Thor, Nick only wanted Thor to build up his army of heroes, where then Nick in the US could use them to handle war issues against other countries. That is something Thor did not want to be all about. But Nick hands Thor a phone, so when Nick calls for Thor's help, Thor will come. But the big question is, how was Loki able to come back to Earth after being locked away by Odin? Well, remember that Loki said to his second in command when he was Baron Zemo about the Nordstones, how a set of 3 can open a portal to a different realm that is part of the world tree. Well, there was only 7 known realms, and so you should only have 21 stones, and that is it. Except there was an 8th set to make it 24 stones total. This 8th set opens the door to the realm that Loki was locked away in. And that is how he came back into the Ultimate Marvel Universe. But with him coming back, he came back around the same time the Hulk went crazy in Ultimates Volume 1, where the Ultimates were trying to defeat the Hulk, hoping Thor will come in. Except while they were doing that, Thor and Balder sensed that Loki was back on Earth, and they know that their evil third brother is back, and they are going to have to make sure to protect the Earth from their evil brother. But once Thor and Balder agree on what they have to do, that is when Thor teleports to where the Ultimates are at and smashes down on the Hulk. We all know what happens next because it took place in Ultimates Volume 1. But the book ends right there. So the way this story starts off, we pick up with the star of the book, which is Blade himself. But of course, Blade is with 3 girls, where he is telling them about what he does and how he has plans tonight to hunt down a certain person who is a vampire. It is a very interesting opening because these girls seem like they are starstruck for Blade, like he's an A-list hero when he's more like a B-list hero. But then he is greeted by a bunch of vampires who know that Blade is a half vampire person, where they come here to talk about the fact there is a new vampire king and he wants to make a deal with Blade. Now this is Blade, so of course Blade is not going to take no deal with the vampire. So he starts killing everyone and even kills off the girls he was with because they were vampires too. It is literally a slaughterhouse, but we see that one of the vampires is able to get away. Of course, you have Blade follow this vampire, where he does end up killing this vampire off at the very end. Now, there is a good reason why I'm focusing on this one vampire, because after Blade kills this one off, that is when you see someone is watching Blade, but in an old Iron Man armor. So someone was able to get their hands on Iron Man stuff. But then the story jumps over to Raymond Connor, the new Daredevil in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Now his origin is literally a carbon copy of Matt Murdock, where there was an accident and some chemicals that fell on his eyes, which blinded him, but his other senses were enhanced by the chemical. That is when he is greeted by none other than Stick himself, as we know is the person who trained Daredevil to become the hero he was in both main Marvel and the Ultimate Marvel Universe as well. But Stick tells us and Raymond that Matt Murdock was part of this order to stop something, but with him dead, Raymond is going to be the new replacement. Except the problem is that on the first night Raymond was out as the new Daredevil and wearing the classic Daredevil outfit from the 1960s, well, he was looking for Stick except he finds Nerd Hulk actually biting down on Stick because somehow Nerd Hulk has turned into a vampire as well. We don't know how, but he turns Stick into one, and then we see a bunch of other vampires turn Raymond Connor into one as well. And so there goes the new Daredevil already. Of course, with that happening, you have Nick Fury call in the Avengers, but he only calls in Hawkeye and Monica Chang, who is the ex-wife of Nick Fury, where he tells the team that someone is taking out heroes in the city, but also someone just took out Nerd Hulk, means that it is time for them to move out. Except you have Captain America say that he is going to join the team as well. Now the story does jump back 24 hours ago, where we see Nerd Hulk visiting Captain America. He asks Captain America about leaving the Avengers and joining the Ultimates because the Avengers are more like a Black Ops team and the world does not know about them. When it comes to the Ultimates, they are well known and the heroes get the chance to be out and interact with the world. He hates being stuck inside the Triskelion, but Steve Rogers tells him no because he's a Hulk and the world is scared of the Hulk. Also the fact that Nerd Hulk can't fight either, and so he would not be a big help to the Ultimate. This leads to Nerd Hulk thinking that he is going to show Captain America that he can be okay in the public, that people will accept him when they see him out. But of course, when this man leaves the Triskelion and then goes into the city, of course people are confused about what in the world a Hulk is doing here. Also the fact that this man jumped out of the sky and this Hulk being able to talk, that is something that would freak anyone out. And this is proving the point of Captain America is right, that the world would not accept Nerd Hulk in the public. Of course, this is where we see this mysterious person in the Iron Man armor who is not Tony Stark come after Nerd Hulk. Now we learn that this is the one who's behind all of the attacks on the superheroes with the vampires, where of course we see this person tell his vampires to attack Nerd Hulk, and he helps them out with taking down Nerd Hulk, where the fight ends with Nerd Hulk turning into a vampire. And that is how Nerd Hulk was turned and being able to grab Raymond Connor in the present day to turn him into one. Now we get back to the present day and we pick up with Blade torturing a vampire for some information on who is the big mastermind behind all of the attacks with the vampires, where we learn that this person was someone who was recently bitten 3 weeks ago. Fast forward from that point to the present day, this man was able to get all of the big leagues of the vampires to come work under him as one big team. His goal is to then turn superheroes into vampires, and that will help him rule the world. But then we pick up with the Avengers team in the sewers, where they are using the tracker inside Nerd Hulk to help them figure out where he could be. Well, when they think they are closing in on him, that is when they are greeted by Raymond Connor, who's pretending to be injured, where of course Steve Rogers falls for it and goes to see if Raymond is okay, only for then all the lights to get knocked out. And just like in any scary story, that is when you have the heroes turn the lights back on to see that Captain America has been bitten, and when they look behind them, well, they see the same person in the Iron Man armor with a small army of vampires to bring down the Avengers right here in the sewers. Now, this looks like the Avengers are about to become dinner for this army of vampires, because you have them try to shoot the person in the Iron Man armor, only to have him deflect the bullets. But the person in the Iron Man armor was not expecting the fact there was a second team of regular S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to come in from behind them, plus a third team as well. So they know they have to escape. So you have our mysterious character tell Nerd Hulk to make a hole in the roof, and they head out the hole to fight the Avengers later on. The Avengers don't follow, so they can take Steve Rogers back to the hospital. And so you have the Avengers being able to get Captain America to the Triskelion hospital, and we see that Nick Fury is trying to keep information from Carol Danvers about what happened to Captain America. Remember, back in Avengers 1, that Monica Chang is a spy on the Avengers team for Carol Danvers, because she knows that Nick Fury wants his old job back. except Nick Fury made sure that there is no way possible that any information about what Nick Fury is planning will get back to Carol Danvers. But while everyone is watching over Captain America, we see Blade is watching from the rooftop. But picking back up with our mysterious bad guy in the Iron Man armor, we see him talking to Nerd Hulk to figure out how in the world the Avengers were able to track him, where he uses the Iron Man armor to see that there is some kind of tracker inside the body of Nerd Hulk to keep an eye on him. Now you have our mysterious bad guy take the tracker out of Nerd Hulk's chest and destroy it. But we can see that there is some trust issues between our bad guy and Nerd Hulk. That Nerd Hulk could be planning something and our mysterious character knows it too. But getting back over to the Triskelion, we see almost everyone is having a normal day there, just relaxing until one by one each person gets knocked out by something. This includes Hawkeye as well. The question is, what or who is knocking everyone out? We get the answer by seeing that Blade was the one who had knocked everyone out, but he came here to, well, kill off Captain America because Captain America was bitten, which means he could be a vampire now. We learned that Steve Rogers has been turned into a vampire because he stops Blade from killing him off, and it leads to the two of them having a quick fight, where Steve Rogers is able to overpower Blade very quickly. And the third chapter closes with Steve Rogers actually ending up biting Blade. Then we get this random like Twilight ripoff scene in the book, which is supposed to represent how all vampire teenage movies were like around this time period, where a human is able to make a vampire fall in love and stuff. But then in the middle of the scene, you have Blade chasing down the vampire that would be in the movie, letting us know that this is just Blade daydreaming. It was so random and crazy to see. I just had to mention about how this scene was in the book. But getting back to the moment where Captain America had just bitten Blade, we see Blade tell Captain America that biting him is not going to do anything, since Blade is already a half vampire person. And so you have Blade go ahead and shoot Captain America away. Except when he goes to kill Captain America, Monica Chang stops Blade by shooting him. And with Monica and Blade dealing with each other, that gives Steve Rogers the chance to escape. And then you have Monica Chang just go ahead and knock out Blade to hold him captive. But then a couple hours have passed by, and we see that S.H.I.E.L.D. has called in both Tony and Gregory Stark to figure out what could be taking down the superheroes in the city. This scene is more just having the two brothers argue with one another, but also to point out that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the heroes are trying to deny the fact that there could be a vampire problem in the city. But you have them ask Blade to explain what in the world is going on. This is where we learn who's behind all of the attacks, but also we learn the true origin of Daredevil, that there was this guy named Anthony who trained people like Stick, and of course Stick trained both Daredevils, that they were all meant to protect the earth from vampires and other dark creatures. Except one day someone was able to bite Anthony, which of course we know was only a couple weeks ago. Except he was able to organize the vampire community into believing that they should go after the heroes and then use the heroes to take over the world. But getting back over to Anthony and the rest of the vampires, we see that they are all right now gathered together, eating up to get ready for whatever Anthony has planned next for them. Now this is the point where you have Anthony tell Nerd Hulk that he knows that Nerd Hulk wants to become leader of the crew now. And so he actually challenges Nerd Hulk for the role of leadership of the vampires. Except with him doing that, you have Nerd Hulk kill him in one single punch, because Nerd Hulk has the combination of the powers of the Hulk and the powers of a vampire as well. Once the fight is all done, you have Captain America appear in the room because he is now a vampire, and with him being a vampire, he's going to join Nerd Hulk and the army of vampires as they get ready for their next big move. But we have to shift over to the character Perun or Perun? I'm gonna call him Perun. And I know a lot of you guys are wondering who in the world I'm talking about. Well, if you remember back in Ultimates 2, there was a team called the Liberators who had a bunch of villains who were evil counterparts to the Ultimates. Like Red Wasp, who we saw in Avengers 1, she was on that team to be the evil counterpart to the Wasp. Perun was the evil counterpart to Thor, where we find out that just like Red Wasp, Perun was taken in by S.H.I.E.L.D. and was put on the sideline until they needed him. Well, he just got called in to help with this vampire problem. Oh yeah, his hammer can teleport him and objects with him as well. And that is very important to remember. But you have Perun meet up with the rest of the Avengers. And so now he's part of the Avengers or part of the Ultimates team. I don't know because Tony Stark is there and Hawkeye is part of both teams. So technically you have both teams there. But you have Gregory Stark try to locate where the vampire's hideout is at. So the army of S.H.I.E.L.D. and heroes can finish them off. Except that is when he learns that the vampires are already inside the Triskelion, where we see Stick is now wearing the Iron Man armor and has taken out Tony. That is when we see outside that Nerd Hulk and the army of vampires are inside and they are beginning their attack against the Triskelion. And you have all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trying their best to stop this army, but their weapons are barely working and they are being taken out very quickly. And so you have S.H.I.E.L.D. sending Perun because he is supposed to be just like Thor with the tech to help him be like Thor. And so not truly on the same power level as Thor, but close enough. And you have Steve Rogers go and fight Perun on his own. Now this is how the 5th chapter closes, where you think that Perun could give them that edge, and he was actually being able to take on Captain America on his own for a while, except you have Nerd Hulk come from behind and snap the neck of Perun. And so we do get the return of Perun, and this man is killed in literally about 18 pages later. And so you have Nerd Hulk just throw the dead body of Perun away and ask his vampire army where Nick Fury is at, because he wants to kill Nick Fury for Nick thinking that Nerd Hulk should not be out in public, where one of the giant men have been turned into a vampire and points out where Nick Fury is hiding at. But we also learn that Stick and Raymond Connor, who is the new Daredevil, but both of them are vampires now, where we see that after they had broke into the Triskelion and took care of Tony Stark, you had them go and find Blade, because Blade gives the Ultimates and the Avengers that edge against them, since Stick, Ray, and Blade were all working under Anthony to stop vampires before Anthony was turned into one. But outside, everything is falling apart for S.H.I.E.L.D. and their allies, where more and more people are being turned into vampires, and they are trying to find solutions on what they can do to slow this down, where you actually have one of the giant men kill off another giant man. But after that, Nerd Hulk rushes in so fast that he was able to grab Nick Fury before Hawkeye and Monica Chang were able to do anything at all. But getting back over to Blade, who was fighting against both Stick and the new Daredevil, we see that the fight is going nowhere. Literally, the fight is kind of going back and forth, where you have both sides talking some trash here and there. But at the end of the fight, well, you have Stick and Daredevil being able to knock out Blade. But then you have Mark Millar wrap up this story using his favorite character in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, which of course is Captain America, because we learn that Captain America's super soldier serum was able to burn out the vampire virus that was inside of him. And so now he is normal, but he grabs the hammer of Perun. And remember that the hammer actually has the capability to teleport not just the user of the hammer, it can also teleport objects around the user as long as he hits the ground with the hammer. And that is what he does. He slams down with the hammer and bam, they are teleported somewhere else. We come to find out that Captain America had teleported everyone in the Triskelion to Iran because in their country it is daytime, meaning that the sun is out, which of course burns and kills off all the vampires who were there. And so we had a new Daredevil, but he's now dead. We met Stick, but he's dead as well. We also had Nerd Hulk, who was the one who took the leadership role of the vampires. He is dead as well. We have a bunch of dead characters in this book, but the day is saved. Except at the end of the book, we have Gregory call in to tell everyone that they have another problem on their hands, which is the fact that Tony Stark was badly injured and the book closes on that. This leads into Ultimates versus Avengers, which is actually a tie-in to the Death of Spider-Man event. To be honest, we are going to skip over Ultimate Spider-Man number 15. The main reason why is because it is literally just a book where Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy break up. And with their breakup, you have Gwen Stacy run away. She leaves because she can't take the idea of being in the house with Peter after the breakup. She thinks that Mary Jane and Peter Parker will get back together. Also the fact that Bendis put Laurie in the series, who was one of the bombshells we met before, pretending she was going to be a love interest for Peter. Honestly, barely anything happened in that book, and so we are going to skip over that book completely. But getting into the 150 issue of Ultimate Spider-Man, we see Spider-Man fighting against the Ringer. We met the Ringer before, and Bendis used him like he used the Shocker, somebody for Spider-Man to fight to help get to the main point of the story. And so not really an important character, because after Spider-Man is able to defeat the Ringer, he sees that his battle with the Ringer has done a lot of damage to the city. And so instead of just defeating the Ringer quickly, he just racked up millions of dollars of property damage. This leads to the story shifting over to Carol Danvers, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. But we see that she's in a meeting talking about the Spider-Man problem. And so she goes and asks the Ultimates what she should do with the Spider-Man problem. Sooner or later, it could lead to Spider-Man being forced to quit. This will lead to us talking about what Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America think about Spider-Man. And you have Iron Man tell the story about a time he had a run-in with Spider-Man. Iron Man's story focuses on the time Tony Stark was at some press conference, where of course you have Tony showing off some new stuff. Except while showing off some new things, we get to see Ultimate Whiplash, who of course is there to actually kill Tony Stark. Now Tony wants to stop Whiplash himself, except his security guards don't let him use his device that can help him stop Whiplash. They want him to trust them that they can handle the problem themselves. Luckily, Spider-Man is there to help stop Whiplash, but Whiplash is able to take care of Spider-Man in a matter of seconds. And you have Iron Man try to shoot a blast at him too, but of course, it does not work on Whiplash either. Now, Spider-Man is able to jump back in and stop Whiplash from attacking Tony Stark by wearing a piece of the armor of Iron Man to help him out. This leads into the conversation that Tony and Spider-Man had right after the fight, talking about a certain piece of the armor that is so high tech, it's impressive to Iron Man that Spider-Man knows about this certain piece. And so back in the present day, you have Tony tell Carol that he thinks Spider-Man could be a great hero one day, except Captain America busts in and says that he thinks differently about Spider-Man, and this proceeds on with him telling his story by the time he was around Spider-Man. Now, it seems like in Captain America's story, we see that Captain America is chasing after a few members of AIM. Now, Steve Rogers' story is a little bit strange for me, because while he's chasing down a few members of AIM, they took out a couple of ships SHIELD agents who were piloting a helicopter, except when they were taken out, the plane begins to fall down into the city and could kill innocent people. Luckily for Steve Rogers, Spider-Man is able to save the people by just using his web to catch the chopper. But when Captain America looks up, he sees Spider-Man has captured the rest of the AIM members, except catching them in a way where nothing else could happen. That is when we see one member of AIM use a device that blows up the web they were caught in, causing a lot of damage. This proceeds into a fight between the two sides, except Spider-Man keeps getting in the way and making the fight more difficult, that it actually could have led to people being killed, including the heroes. And so to Steve Rogers, Spider-Man is just a big idiot. And so to Captain America, Peter should be grounded, and when he is old enough, he can come back as Spider-Man and get some training from them. But now it is time for Thor to tell his story. Thor's story is a little bit quick because it focuses on Peter being at a museum where, of course, there is this artifact that should not be on Earth, where basically if anyone grabs it, it can turn that person into a Mangog, this powerful monster, but a character who has not been seen since Ultimate Marvel team-up named Xandu, who is this powerful wizard, grabs it and turns into Mangog. I really hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Except when he does, you have Spider-Man try to stop him, but of course he cannot because how powerful the being is, which leads into Thor coming in and actually saving the day. And so with the story being done, to him, Spider-Man is brave, and now the people are brave. And this leads into an argument between all of them on what they should do with Spider-Man is now the big question. This leads to Carol Danvers coming up with a plan on how to handle the Spider-Man problem. This leads into Peter getting home and seeing a bunch of SHIELD cars outside his house, wondering what in the world is going on. And so when he gets inside the house, he sees Carol Danvers and Aunt May having tea or coffee. Except this is where you have Aunt May explain that her and Carol have come to an agreement that Peter needs training, which means that Carol Danvers is going to make the big three of the Ultimates begin training Peter to make him a better hero. This is where the story ends, with Peter being inducted into the superhero school. So with this story, we see the return of Black Cat in this Ultimate Marvel universe. Now the last time we saw her, she ran off after she found that Peter Parker, who of course is Spider-Man, is just a 15-year-old kid. Now the story jumps off with us picking up in the past, where we pick up in the moment where Ultimate Mysterio killed off Ultimate Kingpin. That took place in the first video we did after Ultimatum that focused on Spider-Man. And so we learned while the whole thing was going down, Black Cat was actually going to snipe Kingpin. But like we saw in the video, Mysterio beat her to the punch. And so the big question is, what is she going to do now? Because we learned in previous videos that she wanted to kill the Kingpin off for what he did to her father. But then the story shifts to the present day, where we pick up with Peter Parker, Bobby Drake, and Johnny Storm. This part of the section where you have Brian Michael Bendis recap what happened in the last couple stories. That for one, Gwen Stacy left the home of the Parkers, all because of her and Peter Parker broke up. Also that now the Ultimates will begin training Peter Parker to make him a better superhero. Then finally reminds us that Laura, the girl who was part of the supervillain duo called the Bombshells, she is the new transfer student at the high school. And originally, it seemed that Brian Michael Bendis was teasing that Peter and Laura could become a couple, except telling you now that will not happen. It was just a weird thing for her to be there really. But then the story jumps back 2 weeks ago from the present day, where we pick up with Black Cat again, and this time she is breaking into the office of the Kingpin, where security is a little weaker than usual because the Kingpin is dead, except you have the Black Cat breaking in here looking for something. Of course, she is looking for the hidden safe Kingpin had in his office, and she does find the safe. It seems that she is going to get something that she has been looking for, but that is when she is confronted by someone, which of course it is Mysterio, and this begins a conversation between the two of them. Mysterio wants to know why Black Cat came back here, but also he wants to know if he can hire the Black Cat to join him. Now, Black Cat knows about Mysterio because back in our previous videos, Mysterio announced to the world that he killed off the Kingpin. But Mysterio is serious about Black Cat joining his side because he is trying to build an empire. But Black Cat does not care about that. She only wants what's inside the safe. And so this does lead to a fight between the two of them, except Black Cat luck powers actually helps her get away from Mysterio. After she leaves, Mysterio does go see what's inside the safe to see what the Black Cat was trying to steal. And we do not get to learn what it is, but we will later on in this story. Now in the present day, we pick up with Aunt May as she is coming home, where she is trying to figure out where in the world could Gwen Stacy be at since she ran away. Except Gwen Stacy appears to show Aunt May and us that she is back home now. Gwen Stacy tried to find her mother, she did, but it did not work out. And so she realized how great she had it with the Parkers. And so she came back home, and Aunt May is so excited for Gwen Stacy being back here. Except after their conversation, that is when you have Iron Man appear, and remember that the Ultimates are supposed to begin training Spider-Man as a hero. Now there is a problem with Iron Man being here right now though, but the story does jump back in time 2 weeks ago, where we see that the Black Cat is watching Spider-Man and Mysterio. We learn that this was the point where Spider-Man had fought against Mysterio, but they were fighting at Mysterio's base. This was probably right at the tail end of our previous video, where Mysterio made some speech about how he was going to be the new king of crime, and the cops figure out where he was at. Spider-Man joined the police, but of course that was when Mysterio blew up the place as soon as everyone got there, and so he was able to get away. Now there is a good reason why Black Cat was watching Mysterio, except we do not learn that reason until down the road, but there is a good reason why she came here. Back in the present day, we pick up with Iron Man visiting the home of the Parkers. Now this is a bad idea by Iron Man, because even though he's supposed to be training Spider-Man to be a better hero, this man is about to reveal to the Parkers' neighbors that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, because why else would Iron Man be at the home of the Parkers? And so they make up a thing to trick the neighbors to believe that Iron Man was only here because he was asking for directions to somewhere else, and so he leaves, but it was a funny moment. Then the story jumps back in the past once again, but this time it is only a week before the present day. We see that the Black Cat go back to the base of Mysterio. Now remember that earlier in this video, Black Cat was trying to steal something from the Kingpin safe, except she got stopped by Mysterio. And so the reason why she was watching Mysterio is because she is now looking for Mysterio's safe like she did for the Kingpin safe. Because Mysterio could have put what she was looking for earlier in his safe, where of course he did, and we see her pull out some key. Really, it is called the Zodiac key, and we will learn more about the key as we go on with the story. But once again, she is confronted by Mysterio. Now, Mysterio explains that the Zodiac Key was a way the Kingpin was able to keep everyone under his control, that only 3 people knew about the key, and they're all dead. Now, Mysterio thinks that the Black Cat does not know how the Zodiac Key works, but Black Cat shows that she does. And then there is a huge flash that the crowd outside can see, which makes everyone wonder what in the world just happened inside. But we see through the eyes of Betty Brant, who is there to get some information for the Daily Bugle. We see that Black Cat is running away on the rooftop in the shadows. Now we get to the big moment in the present day, because you have Johnny, Bobby, and Peter get home from school, where they see that Aunt May is upset about what Iron Man did earlier in trying to get a hold of Carol Danvers. So Peter finds out what Iron Man did, and Aunt May is unable to get a hold of Carol Danvers. Now the big moment is really the guys see that Gwen Stacy is back home, and this is a huge moment because now Gwen Stacy and Peter are going to have the talk. Because it was not your usual breakup. It was more of Gwen Stacy assuming it was over because the Chameleon was pretending to be Spider-Man and kiss Mary Jane. But they're going to have the talk now. Now basically it leads to Peter Parker just blurting out a lot of things, where it is him telling Gwen Stacy that he loves her and he missed her so much. Now Gwen Stacy stops him so she can speak, and it's her explaining that she thinks it is best for them not to date because they live in the same household. But also the fact that she brings up the lost time between Ultimatum and Volume 1 of Spider-Man in this run, where she states that she thinks she forced Peter to date her, and it was not organic love, except Peter stops her and states that he found her attractive. That while he was dating Mary Jane, basically found Gwen Stacy attractive. So when it came time when they were both single, they both went for it really. But this part ends with the both of them agreeing that maybe they should not be together. Now, the section ends with Spider-Man getting a phone call from Iron Man because remember, he is supposed to have superhero training. And so you have Spider-Man leave to go to his training with Iron Man, where it really should be Iron Man being trained by Spider-Man for what he did earlier. But at the beginning of the 3rd chapter of this story, we jump back in time again, where we see the Kingpin going to Cairo, and he came here to retrieve something, which of course was the Zodiac Key. Now at first, it seemed like your usual meeting with the Kingpin, where he meets up with someone and he's kind of rude towards that other person. But of course, after the Kingpin and this random guy agree on exchanging the money for the Zodiac Key, you have the Kingpin pull off the bandages that were covering up the Zodiac Key. Except as soon as he does that, the key activates and kills everyone around the Kingpin. In a flash, everyone is dead around the Kingpin. And so with that happening, you have the Kingpin decide that no one should ever have this or even know about the item. And so you have the Kingpin take it with him. Now back in the present day, you have Spider-Man meeting up with Iron Man. Of course, this is supposed to be the after-school training that Spider-Man was supposed to receive, where he come to find out that Iron Man did not really have a plan to train Spider-Man with. That basically Carol Danvers, who at this point is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and also the girlfriend of Tony Stark, forced Tony Stark to train Spider-Man, but he does not have a plan to train Spider-Man with, and tell Spider-Man that it was a long debate on what to do with Spider-Man, that Captain America wanted to throw Spider-Man in jail, but long story short, Tony is not really going to train Spider-Man on how to fight. But we pick up with the Black Cat again. But finally, we see her in the present day, where we see her coming home after doing whatever she did. But we see that she still has the Zodiac key. But once she holds it in her hand, she is greeted by Mysterio once again. Now, Mysterio explains how he knows about the Black Cat and why she hated the Kingpin, except he wants the key. And so he tries asking for it again, but the Black Cat wants him gone, which leads to her accidentally turning on the powers of the key, and there is a flash. Now, we would assume that she just used the blast to get rid of Mysterio, except of course it did not work, but he explains that the key is hard to control. With that being said, she should hand it over to him because he actually knows how to handle that kind of power, which of course that's just him saying that, but he wants to use the key to help him recreate things in his image, and on the path of doing that, he will of course help Black Cat with things she wants as well. At the end of this part, we see that the Black Cat is actually considering on giving it over to Mysterio, but at the same time, she's wondering, should she keep it for herself? Now we get back to Iron Man, who is with Spider-Man, and really it's just Iron Man showing Spider-Man all of the different Iron Man armors he has, which of course you have Spider-Man super excited about it, just showing off his nerdy side. But really it leads to Iron Man explaining why Captain America and some of the other heroes think that Spider-Man should not be a hero. They think he is not taking responsibility for his actions, and also the fact that he is kind of a spaz to the superhero community. And with that being said, it kind of hurts Spider-Man's feelings, because to him, he thought he was doing an amazing job, only to find out that he is not, and it's going to be stuck on his mind forever now. But after having that talk, that is when Iron Man online system Jarvis tells him about a weird energy signature that is coming from the middle of town, where we pick up with the Black Cat and we see that the Zodiac key basically killed everyone around her. It's just a huge mess with dead bodies everywhere. And you have Mysterio appear again, begging her to hand over the key to him because look what she did. Now Black Cat does hand over the key to him because she is freaking out over what she did. Except it leads to Spider-Man and Iron Man arriving, but of course it is too late because Mysterio has the key now, and with him having the key, he uses the powers of the Zodiac key on Iron Man and Spider-Man, where it seems that the heroes have been blasted away with the powers of the Zodiac key. Now at the same time that blast goes off, it can be seen in Queens. We learn this because Mary Jane runs into Gwen Stacy, and this is where Mary Jane learns that Gwen Stacy is back home. Except this is Mary Jane thinking that Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker are going to get back together, where Gwen Stacy says no and they are friends again, before they can explore more of where they can go now as both being the ex-girlfriends of Peter Parker. Except that is when the blast Mysterio used on Iron Man and Spider-Man can be seen from Queens. But getting back over to the scene of the blast, we see that Iron Man was able to take the blast, but of course he is now out of power. So now it comes down to Spider-Man to fight against Mysterio, where of course Black Cat jumps in as well to help Spider-Man stop Mysterio, because she knows firsthand how powerful the Zodiac key can be. Where of course we do get a few pages of the three of them fighting and the key being exchanged between all of them. Where after a few pages have passed, you have Spider-Man be the one to get the key in his hands. Except the key begins to activate once again, and Black Cat tells Spider-Man that the key is uncontrollable. Because with the key being turned on, that is when some kind of tornado or vortex opens up, which begins the process of sucking everything into it. That is when Spider-Man realized how dangerous the key is, because he barely had the key in his possession and something happened. And so with that, it leads to the big question: can anyone truly control the power of the Zodiac key? Because we have seen it constantly causing problems for people who have it in their possessions. And so you have Spider-Man drop the key because it freaked him out, where Black Cat really tells him in her own way that she told him so about the key. Except, of course, you have Mysterio come back here again asking for the key, which again leads into another battle between the three of them and fighting for the Zodiac key. Now, while this fight is going on, everyone forgot about the one person who was there originally when everything popped off, which was Iron Man. He was there when everything popped off. He just couldn't do much because his armor was depowered because he took a blast from the Zodiac key. But we see him come behind Mysterio and put Mysterio in a chokehold, where we learn that Mysterio is actually a robot, because Iron Man was able to take out a key part out of Mysterio and show to everyone that Mysterio was just a robot. This is something we are going to explore more in later stories. Now, after that, Iron Man tells Spider-Man and Black Cat that he is going to take the Zodiac key to S.H.I.E.L.D. and hopefully it stays locked up forever, where we see Spider-Man and Black Cat stay behind to help people who were caught in the fight. Then we see Spider-Man go over to the home of Mary Jane, where he goes there because he needs to talk to someone about what happened tonight. This is really Brian Michael Bendis giving us the beginning of what's going to lead to Spider-Man and Mary Jane getting back together again. Honestly, this is the end of today's video, with us getting closer to the death of the Spider-Man storyline. So the story begins with us seeing a random train just minding its business and heading down a certain train track, except one of the men who is controlling the train sees something. Of course, it is Thor's hammer, which Thor's hammer cannot move unless it is Thor moving it. And so of course, it leads to the train just being wrecked thanks to how strong Thor's hammer is. But we see some of the Ultimates are there for something that is on the train. Now we do see Captain America and Thor, but the question is, who are the other two people with them? But then the story jumps back 24 hours, where we pick up at the end of Ultimate Avengers 3. Remember that in that story, it was all about vampires, and to save the day, Captain America used Perun's hammer to teleport the Triskelion to Iran because it was sunny and to kill off the vampires. Now, this section was not used as a way to remind us what happened in the previous story. This section was used to introduce us to Scott Lang in this universe, who is one of the many giant men that was made after Hank Pym. But Scott Lang is actually a scientist in this universe, and we're going to see a whole lot more of him from now on. But also, we have to remember that at the end of Ultimate's Avengers 3, that the team found out that Tony Stark was badly injured. The big question at the end of that story was, will he survive? And so we pick up with Thor using his powers to teleport Tony Stark from Iran to the States to help save his life. But we pick up with Monica Chang, who in this universe again is the ex-wife of Nick Fury, but we learn that she is really on both the Avengers and the Ultimates team. She works secretly for Carol Danvers, hoping to find out what Nick Fury plans because Carol Danvers does not trust Nick Fury. We know that Nick Fury plans to regain control of S.H.I.E.L.D., but for right now, he is leading the Avengers team, which is the Black Ops team. But this section is more of her kind of telling us what happened in Ultimate Avengers 3. But also we find out she and Nick Fury has a son. I don't think Nick knows about the child just yet, but the biggest thing is that now everyone knows that Tony Stark has a brain tumor. The reason why I make that last sentence a big deal, Tony Stark only told Captain America and Thor about the brain tumor back in, I want to say, the original Ultimates run, But with him being in the hospital, doctors told everyone about it, including his girlfriend, Carol Danvers. Matter of fact, his own brother, Gregory Stark, didn't even know about the tumor either, to show that Tony did not want anyone to know about the brain tumor at all. Now you have Carol Danvers calling a meeting, and this meeting is about how a new prototype super soldier has been stolen from one of Gregory Stark's facilities. Now Scott Lang is going to be joining the team, but this is big because remember, in some of our past stories, including Ultimate Captain America, that the super soldier plans are being worked on by other countries, and if they fall into the wrong hands, who knows what will happen. And so the team is sent out to Bulgaria to deal with retrieving the super soldier prototype. Now you also have Carol Danvers mention that someone on the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. is making money to exchange the plans for the super soldier program to other countries. And the question is, who though? And so you have Nick Fury team try to figure that out. So jumping back to the beginning of this story where we saw the Ultimates stopping a train, we saw Captain America, Thor, we now know Scott Lang was there as well, and Monica Chang. But the train we saw earlier, the people who stole the prototype super soldier were using the train to transport it. And so after the train wreck we saw earlier, we see the Ultimates go down to the wreck, where they're confronted by the super soldier prototype. Except the man who was the prototype dies in front of the Ultimates because the experiment went wrong. After the man dies, you have Captain America ask the scientist what is going on here, where he tells Captain America that they were transporting the prototype to China because China hates being behind America in the super genetic race. Except the big thing is that they were using S.H.I.E.L.D. transporters to deliver it to China, meaning that someone on the inside is helping China, and the scientist said it was Nick Fury. But we pick up with Nick Fury, who is visiting the Punisher in prison, where we see Nick Fury trying to recruit the Punisher to join the Avengers team again. Except, of course, the Punisher hated it last time. But you have Nick Fury offer the Punisher the keys to every single prison cell, meaning that once the mission is complete, the Punisher can come back here and kill every single person who he thinks deserves to be killed. And so of course the Punisher says yes. Then we see Nick Fury go and meet up with Blade, and we saw Blade back in Ultimates Avengers 3, where he was put on the spotlight in that book because it was based around vampires. Now the reason why we are seeing him is because again, Nick Fury is trying to recruit Blade to join his crew, the Avengers. But just like the Punisher, Nick Fury has to offer him something that will make him want to join the team. And so you have Nick Fury tell Blade that he has Deacon Frost, the man who killed Blade's mother and who is responsible for Blade being half vampire since Blade's mother was pregnant when Deacon Frost came around. Then we get another page where we see that Hawkeye is going to join the team as well, which continues the big thing that Hawkeye is part of both the Avengers and the Ultimates team. But in this book, it seems like he is going to help the Avengers. Now this leads into a big retcon in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Remember, we covered the Ultimate Iron Man Volume 1 and Volume 2 that was supposed to be the origin of Iron Man in this universe. Mark Miller retcons and says that the origin was basically a TV show in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Is huge because no one else really mentions that origin in their stories before this book. Now we see the Avengers team is trying to intercept Project Maximus, which is a different form of the super soldier serum. Now this is going to be a huge thing right here because what we see is this small old man and these other guys go into a private room to discuss the exchange, where of course you had the Avengers team move in and kill everybody except the old man. The problem is that when the Punisher thinks he has everything under control, we see the Punisher flying out the window. Wondering what in the world just happened to him, we find out that the old man is Tyrone Cash, the other Hulk in this universe we met in Ultimate Avengers 2. And he is the one trying to sell the Maximus project to someone else. And so with Tyrone Cash being here, we get to see him in the Avengers fight. Well, really, it is more of War Machine fighting against Tyrone Cash, because War Machine is the only person who really stands a chance to go one-on-one with Tyrone Cash, who is classified as a Hulk. But this is just like all of those fights between Iron Man and Bruce Banner Hulk, with the Hulk usually winning the fight. And so just like this fight, you have Tyrone Cash being able to win the fight against War Machine. Except you have Blade step up and begins to use his powers to hypnotize Tyrone Cash, which of course makes him stop attacking, but it also makes Tyrone Cash turn back into his regular form. Now, this is not the most important part of this section of the book. What really is important is that you have Tyrone Cash tell the Avengers that he is secretly working for Carol Danvers, meaning that she's the one on the inside selling secrets, and he says that she has been doing it for years. The book is basically making each team thinking that the other person is the traitor and selling American government secrets to other countries. Now we pick up with Thor. Now the reason why I'm covering this part is, for one, we see Jane Foster. This is actually not her first appearance in this universe. She first appeared in Ultimates number 4, I think for a hot second, and she was a nurse, but now she is living with Thor as his new girlfriend. The man has quickly moved on from Valkyrie, but the second thing I want to point out is that Thor is telling Jane Foster and us that all the clues are pointing to Nick Fury being behind the fact that the super soldier secrets are being sold to other countries, and he has been doing it for years. But now they say he could be behind the invasion that took place in Ultimates 2. And so this is pretty big if it's all true. But picking up with Iron Man, we see him right now trying to leave the hospital, where the story is representing that maybe his brain tumor is now gone. Either way, the man bought the hospital and he is getting ready to leave to go help the Ultimates deal with this Nick Fury problem. Now we do jump back over to Carol Danvers, where we see her dealing with the fact that the Triskelion is still in Iran and they are trying to move it back over to the United States. Also the fact that she is trying to figure out how to deal with the Nick Fury problem that is going on. Except this leads into Nick Fury appearing into the Triskelion, where Carol Danvers quickly begins to fire at him because she and the Ultimates believe that he is a traitor. Except of course this man came prepared. The dude has a force field to protect him from the bullets, but this man also has War Machine here as well, and his goal is to wipe everyone out right at the moment. Except you have Iron Man come in and save Gregory Stark and Carol Danvers at the very last second. And this is going to lead into Iron Man and War Machine fighting it out. Now remember that Rhodey hates Iron Man in this universe because Iron Man almost got him killed before. And so this is going to be a heated battle. Now the Avengers are here to capture Carol Danvers because remember, the Avengers were told that Carol Danvers is the traitor, but also the Ultimates were told that Nick Fury is the traitor. Long story short, the Avengers have captured Carol Danvers, except they now have to get away with her but still fight off the Ultimates as well. And so we do get this big epic battle, but Nick Fury has to leave soon before Captain America or Thor shows up, and then bam, Captain America appears and he is ready to take down Nick Fury. And so with that happening, everybody is involved in this fight except two people. The Punisher is one of them, but he has his sniper pointed on Captain America waiting for a good shot. The second one is Thor, and no one on the Avengers team can truly go up against Thor, and so their goal is to wrap this up before Thor shows up. But this story actually leads into the death of the Spider-Man story. We are going to cover that story next week. But while everyone is fighting against each other, this leads into the Punisher taking a shot at Captain America. But right when Captain America was supposed to be shot, Spider-Man jumps in front of the bullet and he is shot. Like I said though, this story leads into the Ultimate Spider-Man story, the death of Spider-Man. Either way though, you have everyone realize that Spider-Man has been shot. A teenager has been shot, and people don't know what to do. Now this point right here, we are going to reference back to in the next few videos with the Ultimate Marvel Universe. But you have a few SHIELD agents come in and actually capture the Punisher and Nick Fury, where it seems that this whole thing is going to be wrapped up. But that is when we see that War Machine has flown by. War Machine had fired a missile down on the bridge, and so the fight began all over again between the two teams. Well, it never really stopped between the two teams, just between Captain America and the Punisher. Now this fight ends with the Avengers losing the battle and everyone being captured. Now some time has passed and we pick up with Gregory Stark, who is visiting the White House, where he continues to paint the picture that Nick Fury was the traitor and he was working with other countries that could lead to another invasion by other countries. Apparently, once the US is taken over, they were going to place Nick Fury into the White House. Now the president is not happy with the fact what happened in the middle of New York, because this was basically a civil war between the Avengers and the Ultimates, who both work for SHIELD. And so this made Carol Danvers look bad as well, but also Carol Danvers has brain damage and is being kept in a hospital, and so someone has to run SHIELD, and the president selects Gregory Stark to run SHIELD. Now this leads to the Ultimates chilling in Tony Stark's home, but this is more of a mixture of the Ultimates giving us an update of everything that had happened so far, which is not needed. The real big thing about this section is that Monica Chang is the only one on the Ultimates who does not believe that Nick Fury is a traitor, that to her, he is being set up. The question is, who in the world is doing it and why would they do it for? And so you had the story shift over to Gregory Stark and some SHIELD agents escorting Nick Fury, where it seems that they're going to kill him or lock him up. Either way, you have Nick Fury state that it was Gregory Stark who set up both Nick Fury and Carol Danvers. Now the reason why is because he is trying to give rogue states super soldiers to set up a pro-democracy. A lot of countries out there don't have democracy, and there are groups out there trying to change that. But his main goal is to have a Triskelion in other countries to kind of set up this umbrella effect, where all of these other countries would have to answer to Gregory Stark. But you have Nick Fury get shot by a SHIELD agent as a way to say that Nick Fury is not going to stay around to cause a problem for Gregory Stark. But then the story shifts back 5 days ago, and this is important because we pick up when the Avengers discovered that Carol Danvers could be a traitor because they were told by Tyrone Cash. Nick Fury realized that he needs a plan to stop the corruption that is going on in SHIELD, and so you have Nick Fury ask Tyrone Cash how he makes himself a Hulk, where you have Tyrone Cash go on to say that he has pills that make him turn into a Hulk. And so you have the Avengers take him to his house where they have him show where his pills are at. Once they have the pills, you have Nick Fury kill Tyrone Cash. And so the Avengers have pills that can turn them into Hulks. So when we jump back into the present day, that is what we see. Nick Fury, the Punisher, Hawkeye, and Blade all hulked out. It is freaking amazing to see them like this. But see, Gregory Stark is smarter than his brother Tony Stark. And so Gregory Stark built him a suit that can protect him and give him an edge to fight against superheroes, which of course he is fighting a team of heroes who have hulked out. But you have Gregory Stark push most of the Avengers off the helicarrier that was in the air, except he made sure to hold on to Nick Fury. Now we jump over to North Korea, where you have this country be the example of what I stated earlier, that there are countries out there who don't have democracy, but there are groups in those countries who are trying to build a democracy. And so what Gregory Stark did was give those small groups who are trying to change their country different super soldier stuff. For example, the Giant Men, but also the group in North Korea, they are being led by the Spider, and we met him in Ultimate Comics Avengers #1, and he is another creation of Gregory Stark. But again, Gregory Stark is trying to change the world that will lead to his umbrella effect. Now the Ultimates see what is happening in North Korea, and so the question is, why haven't they been sent out to deal with that problem? Where you have Gregory Stark tell his brother Tony and the rest of the Ultimates that they'll be breaking so many different international laws that they can't simply go out there and stop these rogue super soldiers in North Korea. And so you have the Ultimates wondering what they can do. Do they stop the freedom fighters, or do they fight with the freedom fighters to stop communists in that country? It is literally a big question on what they can do, and not even Captain America has a plan for what they can do. Except this leads into the big moment, because you have the Spider and all of these Giant Men just wreaking havoc through North Korea, where it seems that North Korea will be the first to fall under the Gregory Stark umbrella effect. But there is a bolt of lightning in the sky, and when the Spider looks over to see who it is, of course it is the Ultimates who are there. The Spider was told by Gregory Stark that the Ultimates could not step in because of international laws, except that is when you have Captain America tell the Spider that he knows that all of them are working for Gregory Stark, and they were told by the Avengers. And so we see the Avengers and the Ultimates have teamed up to take on this army of super soldiers in North Korea. I love this moment so much because you have the Spider as Captain America. What makes them think they stand a chance? With the Avengers and the Ultimates working together, they have a total of 9 people. Compared to the army of super soldiers in North Korea, it is over 100 of them. And you have Captain America tell them that they started using their powers recently. For the Ultimates and the Avengers, they have been doing this for years. And so they begin to do battle, but their goal is to wrap this up quickly before word gets out to other countries what is happening in North Korea. Also, Gregory Stark found out what the Ultimates and the Avengers have done, and so you have him leave Nick Fury to go deal with the Ultimates and the Avengers. And so you have Gregory Stark go to North Korea, who begins the process of beating down on the Ultimates and the Avengers, where you have Gregory Stark explain that he is trying to bring democracy to the world, but of course it is still him wanting to have the world under his control. Now the main point of this section is that we see Gregory Stark have picked up Thor's hammer and begin to use the hammer against the other heroes. Remember, only Thor should be able to pick up the hammer, but as we see here, Gregory Stark is able to. Now, while the heroes do get beaten down by Gregory Stark, you have Iron Man come in and smash Gregory Stark into the ground. It's about to begin a battle between the brothers. Now, this is really not a battle between the two brothers, because you have Gregory Stark actually begin the process of beating down on Tony, where you have Gregory talk some mad smack towards Tony about how Gregory is 10 times smarter than his brother, that if his brother Tony does not back off, Gregory will kill him. Now you have Tony tell Gregory that he forgot one thing Tony has put inside his suit, which was an EMP that takes out technology temporarily. And so you have Tony set off the EMP, which of course knocks everything out in the area. Now Tony tells the team that they only have 15 seconds to stop Gregory before his tech powers back up. And so Thor took that as a way to say, kill off Gregory. And so Thor kills Gregory Stark with a bolt of lightning. And Tony really meant was to knock out Gregory, not to kill him off, but now Gregory Stark is dead in Ultimate Marvel. Now we learned that in Iran a similar thing happened out there, that North Korea was a way to keep the world's eye on that situation, while Iran also tries to install pro-democracy. We learned from the heroes from Great Britain that the Iran situation was handled better, that only a small group of superpower people stormed the city hall of Iran and forced the country to change things. But we also learned that the president and the American government had decided that Carol Danvers is going to be forced to retire as the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., handing things back over to Nick Fury. And the main reason why they decided to do this is because of the death of Spider-Man. A kid hero had died. And again, we are going to cover that in Ultimate Spider-Man, the Death of Spider-Man book. And so with that, and they almost had World War III, they forced her to quit. And so the story ends with the idea of Nick Fury being the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Also the fact that now Iran is pro-democracy, and so with that, they're going to leave the Triskelion over there while they build a new one in the States. To begin today's story, we pick up at the Triskelion. Now this story takes place at the same time Ultimate Avengers vs. New Ultimate storyline does, where we see that Carol Danvers is still the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., except right now we see that she is waking up Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, who we thought died in the Death of a Goblin storyline, but come to find out that he did not die, that he is alive and well, but locked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now picking up with the main character of the book, which is Spider-Man himself, we see him having lunch with Mary Jane. Now we skipped over another issue, which was basically Peter Parker's birthday, and also the fact that him and Mary Jane are back together again. Now their lunch gets interrupted because Captain America appears. Remember that the Ultimates were ordered to train Spider-Man by Carol Danvers. Last time it was Iron Man, but this time it is going to be Captain America, which was the one person who really does not think Spider-Man should be a hero, that he should just quit being a hero. And so he tells Spider-Man that it is time for them to begin their training. But jumping back over to S.H.I.E.L.D., we see Norman Osborn just waking up in his cell, where you have Norman Osborn talking to some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. about how he wants out, that basically nothing can hold him. And when I tell you Brian Michael Bendis gets Norman Osborn out of prison in a hurry, literally in about 4 pages, you have Norman Osborn go from somebody being locked up in a cell to someone being able to break out of his cell. And so it is all hands on deck, because Norman Osborn in this universe is not someone who can be easily stopped. Now Norman Osborn is able to break out of a few other people. We see that it is Kraven, Electro, Dr. Octopus, Vulture, and finally the Sandman. Of course, you have the usual thing where we see them trashing up the place some more, but they do leave in a hurry, which makes sense because if you are going to break out of the base of the Ultimates, it is probably best for you to leave in a hurry before they come and lock you right back up again, and so you have them leave quickly. Now, picking up with Spider-Man and Captain America, we see them talking about why Captain America is training Spider-Man for, which is everything I told you guys about earlier. Except you have Captain America let on more information towards Spider-Man, really letting Spider-Man know that he does not think he should be a hero. Now this is where we kind of connect to the Ultimate Avengers versus the New Ultimate storyline, because that is when Captain America gets a call that he is needed for something, and so he tells Spider-Man they will train later, but of course Spider-Man follows him. We then get one page letting us know that the villains of Spider-Man have arrived in New York by seeing they left the helicopter they used in the middle of the park. Now SHIELD agents are there and they are openly talking about Norman Osborn and the other villains, where Ben Urich overhears and calls up J. Jonah Jameson. Another page lets us see the villains escape to someone's apartment, where you have Electro turn on the TV, letting us see that the battle between the Avengers and the New Ultimates have begun on the bridge. With the heroes fighting, SHIELD is busy. To Norman, this is the perfect chance to go after Spider-Man and kill him. Finally, to close on the first chapter, we have Spider-Man arriving at the bridge where the battle is happening at, except before he is able to jump into the battle to help the Ultimates out, that is when Mary Jane calls Peter to tell him that all of his villains have escaped, letting him know things are about to pop off. We then see Spider-Man leave because he knows that with his villains being back in the picture again, he knows that he must leave to handle them, but he needs to make sure that everyone he loves is safe. Aunt May, Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, Johnny Storm, and Bobby Drake. But getting back over to the villains, we see Norman Osborn trying to recruit the other villains to join him on the adventure to go kill Spider-Man, where you have most of the villains agree to join him except one of them. That one person is Dr. Octopus, because by this point he has switched sides, not really trying to be a good guy, but he really wants to just focus on science. He does not want any part of killing Spider-Man, but he says something to Norman Osborn that makes Norman angry, where Doc Ock claims that they both created Spider-Man, where Norman Osborn says he was the only one who created Spider-Man. So of course you have a battle between these two in the middle of the street. This makes sense to me because in the main Marvel universe, these two have been stated by fans as the top two villains for Spider-Man. But here in the Ultimate Marvel universe, these two have reappeared so many times in this Peter Parker's life and done a lot of things to cause Peter Parker problems more than any other villains had. Now Norman Osborn has no idea that Doc Ock actually has powers, which is being able to control metal, and Doc Ock shows that by making 4 metal arms with his powers. Switching over to Peter Parker though, we see that he has made it back to his home, where he tells Aunt May and Gwen Stacy what is going on, and they need to leave because these are enemies who of course know that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and so he tells them to leave and only come back when he calls them to tell them that it is okay to come back here. But getting back over to the fight between the two supervillains, we see that their fight is getting very intense in the middle of the city. Now to me personally, I think that Doc Ock should be able to defeat Norman Osborn with the powers to control metal, except we see here that does not happen. that instead this battle ends with Norman Osborn killing off Doc Ock right there in the middle of the city, leaving the body to show the world that Norman Osborn is serious about his plans. Now, Spider-Man does get a call from Mary Jane about how the battle between the two supervillains was on the news that happened in the middle of the street, where Spider-Man goes there to see if they are still there. But of course they are not. But Spider-Man finds the dead body of Doc Ock, letting him know that the Green Goblin has gone crazy and could be coming after him. He checks the apartment that the villains were at to find out that they have already left, letting him know that maybe he should get the Ultimates involved to stop this, meaning that he is going back to the battle between the Avengers and the New Ultimates. Now, we saw this scene happen in the Avengers vs. New Ultimates book, where we know Captain America and Nick Fury had this standoff on the bridge, except the Punisher, who was on the Avengers team working for Nick Fury, had a sniper pointed to Captain America, getting ready to shoot at Captain America. Except Spider-Man was able to see that the Punisher was about to shoot Captain America, and so instead Spider-Man stops the Punisher. He jumps in front of the shot to save Captain America, to save his life. And this is going to be very important for this book down the road. Before we can see the after effect of Spider-Man getting shot, we see the villains of Spider-Man go visit the Thinker, giving some of the villains some weapons to use in their future battle. We saw the Thinker in the Ultimate Silver Sable storyline we did a long time ago. He was recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. to make weapons for them to use against Spider-Man. We only saw him and those weapons for a brief moment, but the villains were able to get what they wanted for their final showdown with Spider-Man. Switching back over to Spider-Man, we see him right now getting back up after being shot. Remember that in Ultimate Avengers vs. New Ultimates, after he was shot, War Machine blew up the bridge. And so we are seeing Spider-Man crawling out of the rubble, patching up the best he can for his bullet wound, since he saw all of his villains heading towards his house, knowing that he has to hurry up and stop them before things get out of hand. But we jump over to Johnny Storm and Bobby Drake because they have moved in with Peter Parker after the whole Ultimatum event, where you have them arriving home but realizing that everyone has left, seeing a note asking where in the world are they and why were their phones turned off for. But when they go outside, of course, they run into a group of people they never met before. Actually, Johnny Storm had fought against the Vulture before, right before Ultimatum to be exact. Anyways, you have them being confronted by all of the Spider-Man villains that escaped. Now the villains tell Johnny and Bobby that they are there for Spider-Man, but of course these two begin fighting against the villains, where we do get a lot of pages of them fighting, but they do get overrun by these guys. That Green Goblin crew is able to beat both of them, which sucks because these two really had more experience dealing with bigger threats than the Green Goblin and the other villains. Now, after the first battle, we see Spider-Man has arrived at the scene. We learn this through the fact that when the villains see him, of course, you have Vulture trying to get the kill all to himself. Except Spider-Man is able to shoot a web in the face of Vulture and throw him away. This is leading into the big battle between our hero and all of the villains he put away in the past. With chapter 4 of this book, it is literally a lot of fighting, except it is Spider-Man going against the people he had fought against before. Even though he has all of the experience in the world to help him fight against these guys, remember that right now he is nursing a bullet wound that is literally affecting the way he is battling these guys. Honestly, if he did not have that wound, he could most likely beat these guys very quickly and it would be over. Instead, it is him struggling to stay up and fight these guys that want to badly kill him. Before we can see more of the fight, we pick up with Aunt May and Gwen Stacy on the road, heading somewhere safe from the villains. Except that is when Aunt May gets a call from one of her neighbors, telling her what is happening at her house. But now her neighbor knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. She even tells Aunt May that the villains are killing Peter, which makes Aunt May turn the car around quickly and head back home. But getting back over to the fight between Spider-Man and all of his villains, we see that he is still struggling to fight against them, where we are reaching a point that Spider-Man could die by the hands of Sandman and Electro, which to me would suck to die by these two really. And so you have Electro get ready to strike Spider-Man with one of his lightning bolts, but then someone out of nowhere actually shoots Electro in the chest twice, which makes him short circuit, and that gets rid of him for a brief moment. We learn that it was Aunt May who shot Electro. Somehow she was able to drive back here in time, get a perfect shot at Electro. Not mad about her helping, just how fast she got here. Some quick moves there. But this is a heartfelt moment because Aunt May is watching the boy she raised trying to give his all to be a hero. Also to make sure these villains don't come after the people he loves. And so we get this very sweet moment between the two characters. Except now it has come down to the final battle. It is time for Spider-Man to fight the person responsible for Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man, the first person he had ever fought against, which is the Green Goblin himself. If you are wondering what is going on with Mary Jane, why we have not seen her in a while, well, she is at home and she knows what is happening over at Peter's house, but her mother told her no, she cannot leave. And so right now she is basically grounded while her boyfriend is fighting for his life at the moment. But getting back over to Peter Parker, who now has to fight against the Green Goblin, we see Peter getting Aunt May and Gwen Stacy to safety, reminding them he loves them, but they need to get out of there because this is going to be the fight of his life. Literally the fight of his life. He goes back in there and punches Green Goblin in the face to send him flying away. But after he does that, he tries to wake up his close friend Johnny Storm to help him because he needs all the help he can get with this kind of battle. And so you have Johnny Storm jump back into the fight, and this is a big moment for the Green Goblin character, because in the Ultimate Marvel universe, Green Goblin was able to throw fireballs, and so you would assume that he would be able to absorb the flames of Johnny Storm. And just like that, he does. He absorbs the flames of Johnny Storm, sends him flying, and now this guy is even stronger now. Now Spider-Man does jump back in and gives Green Goblin another smackdown, hoping that it will finally stop him. Except, of course, the Green Goblin does not stay down and gets right back up ready to fight against Spider-Man one more time. But that is when a random truck comes in and rams the Green Goblin. We come to find out the person who was driving the truck is no other than Mary Jane herself, coming and trying to help her boyfriend out with the Green Goblin. Again, you would think this man would be dead by now. It does give us another moment where we see how much Peter loves someone, this time being Mary Jane. Except after he kisses her, he throws her away to get her to safety because the Green Goblin is still not down yet. This leads into the moment where you have Spider-Man smashing the truck on the Green Goblin over and over again, just continuing to smash him with the truck, hoping to keep the Green Goblin down or to finally kill the Green Goblin, trying to finally end this craziness that surrounds the Green Goblin. And so you have Spider-Man finally being able to smash the Green Goblin to the ground with the truck, except the truck explodes, sending Spider-Man flying away and landing in his front yard. This gives us the sad moment of the book, and also the fact that we get to send off Peter Parker in this universe. We get the classic scene with everyone surrounding Peter Parker, all of the loved ones of his. They are all getting their chance to say goodbye because remember, Peter Parker was shot earlier in this book thanks to the Punisher, and he never got it checked out or patched up properly. So it finally caught up with him, plus all of the fighting he did with the villains made it worse. So this is where Ultimate Spider-Man dies, and this is where we end the long run of Ultimate Spider-Man Peter Parker, but opening the door for Miles Morales.